icebean first. Good morning. Well, shit. I muted it so that you wouldn't hear me messing with it, and then okay. Welcome in. Good morning, Ties and Mine. Cheeto, thank you so much for the 20 months. Parse, welcome in. What are we doing today? A couple things. Mostly reacting. I'm gonna be working on some art as well. Two-Bit Dork, welcome in. Deez, you made it to the intro. Chip, welcome in, welcome in. How are we doing today? I actually saw that Chris is gonna be streaming today, so that'll be good. That'll be good. We can raid into him, perhaps. I have an interesting situation going on behind me. You might notice more cables than usual, and there's we've had to move the TV cabinet forward because we actually have a portable AC because our HVAC is broken. You are moving. No, I'm not moving. Our HVAC system is broken, and it's gonna take a while before they can come out to replace. Or it's gonna be a little bit before they can get us a whole new unit. So they've given us this like thing in the meantime, but it does mean that like it's connected to like the fireplace or whatever the fuck, and so it's really funky because we've had to move this table forward. Welcome in, Lamp Boob. My zero. Why does it not overlay correctly? Is it because you have another overlay on there? That's weird. I blame Joe. She's moving and leaving us here, Sag. I'd never leave y'all behind. I'd take y'all. Like, come on, I take you with me when I go to like my work city. Also, I'm not very happy because the creamer that we have is like it's good creamer, and it's like it's from Costco, but it doesn't foam very well in my frother. That's kind of sad. But yeah, we're just gonna chill out today a bit. You know, catch up on some reacts. I don't know if I'll be doing any gaming today. If I do gaming, it'll probably be one of those streams that I did. Here, let me actually switch. I might do one of those streams that I did like a couple weeks ago where I streamed in the evening. Beans is leaving for milk, chat. Don't worry, she won't abandon us. Hey, Triceratops attorney. Dead Space? Artemis, I am very tempted to play Dead Space. The problem is I really desperately need to finish Dark Souls. Music? Okay, I need to schedule a date for the music stream because I think at this point we have like more than enough music to last us like literally 6 hours. I think obviously it would be its own stream. I would say like that. I mean, we could do the music stream. We could do the music stream tomorrow. Or we could schedule it for, let's see what the date is. We could schedule it for like next week. Or we could do both. The thing is that I'd want to do it where like I'm doing a music stream like every month maybe. At least. Good morning, Noid avoided. Because otherwise it's gonna... Also, I think that the way that I set up the music streams will probably change it a little bit. We made some tweaks, but I don't know if we finalized them. But then we also have like the back. It's crazy. I think what we'll do is let's do one tomorrow. How about that? Because I don't necessarily have any like plant stuff to do. I brought most of my plants back from my parents and I set them up yesterday. And I mean, I can maybe do a tiny bit of my muffin making tomorrow. But then we could do that and then go into the music stream. I think that'd be good, maybe. And if I wake up too late, we'll just do music. You're one boss behind the final one, not counting secret, some of the secret ones. Okay, gotcha. I also know that there's some like there's some threads that I haven't really like tied up. I haven't really tried I never really figured out what happened to Onion Man. I haven't really figured out what happened to Solaire. I think I'd want to look into those two things before I finish the game. What about the Chiclet Man? Wait, the Chiclet Man's not in Dark Souls, silly. See, why? I think it's anytime you have an extra overlay lamp move. I don't know why it fucks up if you have like one other overlay on it, which it's weird because it's not supposed to do. It's supposed to overlay. It's supposed to all overlay. That's strange. I still blame Cho. Oh, no. I know what you mean, Artemis. I'm just saying that like those are also things on my mind that I would want to do before I wrapped it up. But the order is purposeful. No, I know the order was purposeful. I'm just wondering, like, I'm wondering what. I mean, maybe it appears correctly on your side. On my side, it looks like what it looks like on screen. You know, like the first overlay works, but then the second one doesn't. And I don't exactly know why. Okay. Let's pull up. I need to also have live chat up, not top chat. Okay. So I want to do a couple things. I want to do the Dare video. I want to do the Sri Lankan geography video. I think those two are the biggest ones that I want to finish today. Made coffee before stream, but still has a 10-minute start. No, hold on a second. Ties, you don't understand. When I say I'm making coffee, what I mean is I'm making coffee for Mr. Beans, okay? And then I make my coffee during the starting soon. That's usually how it goes. Okay. Let's get started on this. Because... Trad beans? Yeah, trad beans. I like making coffee for Mr. Beans. Do me. Okay, also, I 100% want, speaking of trad beans, I 100% want to make this, Lauren Southern TTS. I think that'd be super funny. I think it'd be very funny to have Lauren Southern be our official TTS. It would work completely with everything that we have going on. Alright, let me pull up this video. If I can find it. Okay. Actually, okay. One thing before we start the content, okay? There was Ergi posted this in memes, okay? And I thought it was so funny. Let's just pull it up. Okay, Shiba bubble tea. It's not bubble tea. There's no tapioca or milk tea. Shiba bubble tea owner, stay in your country. This is bubble tea on Serbian way. What is a bubble tea on Serbian way? And it turns out that like, so I looked this place up. Okay. Let's see. Let me just make sure this doesn't dox me if I pull it up, right? Okay, I don't think it does. No, it doesn't. It's fine. Okay, here. Reviews. The reviews for this place are just fucking golden. It's just great. Certified bulk and mo, but so he says, lots of 1-star reviews. That's always reassuring when you you know, when you see a place, right? Gave 2 tries to this bubble tea cafe and same problem, no bubbles in the bubble tea, unironically and unapologetically. It's not bubble tea, there's no tapioca or milk tea. Stay in your country, this is bubble tea on Serbian way. Yeah, we saw that one. Okay. The delivery pictures show boba balls, but they actually just sell iced tea without them. Although the bar is called bubble and tea. When it arrives empty and you complain, they tell you that the pictures are only symbolic. Where's the one with the oh, here we go. Bubble tea is nothing. The beans come like gummy candy. It's nothing special. It's just average. Andaliha, we'll take this as a compliment. Thank you. Okay. The best bubble tea, real tapioca that comes directly from Thailand, which is very interesting, considering the other reviews. Excellent tea, excellent. Wasted 400 dinars on syrup plus water plus sugar balls, not tapioca, that fall apart. Tastes like despair. Edited. The owner's comment says more than anything I could write about the standards of this place. Response from the owner. You do better if you know. What? And then the rest of these are... Now I will say that the the good thing about this place is that they do actually, and this is so I was just pulling this up, right? They do. It's funny because they have this, and this is what they mean by the pictures are symbolic. So that's kind of funny. Especially because they do, like, this is like, what is this? Like, this is like brown sugar at the very least, right? Caramel. Shiba. They do apparently appear to have an actual Shiba. So that's nice. Hey Chodley, welcome in. This guy looks a bit old. I don't know. I can't really tell. Dog ages. Hey, Glitterbell. Thank you for the raid. How's your stream? I didn't even realize you. What the hell? Did I just wake up so late that I didn't realize? Oh, I thought it was tax. I hope it's not taxidermy. So Olga. Yeah, it's Olge. An Olge dog. How are you doing, Glitterball? Thank you for the raid. I appreciate it. We're just messing about. A bean stream, not possible. Now this does look like tapioca here, but I don't know. No, that's ice cubes. But yeah, funny aside. Wait a sec, where? Wait, what do you mean wait a sec, where? Like, wait a sec, like right here? It's my... Oh, people say, oh, that's a cute combination. I like that one. It's like perfectly over the mouth. Oh, where's Doge? Oh, where's Concerned Doge? Oh yeah, wait a second. Why did that take like a long time for me to... Okay, whatever. I'll figure it out. Okay, alright, cool. Anyways. Yeah, the blowhole, the Mayo. I'm glad I added that yesterday, or whenever it was that you added it to Gust's chat, because now then it'll take like whatever, it takes like 1 day, right, to show up. Okay, also let me turn on the stream. Let me turn on the lights in the back, because it's a little dark in here. And then we will begin. We'll begin with that dare video, I think. Oh, interesting. And we have a new link as well. Who was that? Wait, table the... How Lex Friedman is fraud. Whoa! Do we want to watch that too? Well, let's see how long it is. Okay, actually, not me bumping the queue yet again. But what do we want to start with? We have a video on Dare, and then we have this video about Lex Friedman, and then we also have the geography video about Sri Lanka. What are we thinking? What do we want to watch? No Lex Frodman. Well, it's about Lex Frodman. It's not a video. It's not a Lex Friedman video. It's about him. It's called The Many Lies of Lex Friedman. Say it right. Oh, say it right. The fucking weird chat. If you covered Pirate Software, the Meat Canyon made a short animation. I did watch it. I did watch that animation. It was pretty good, Artemis. We can watch. I mean, we can watch it. It's like 3 minutes long. I'm still waking up. Here, let me pull it up.
Yeah, Chad, so today I was supposedly cursed. I saw this woman breastfeeding her child in a non-optimal way, so being the kind man I am, I showed her how to do it correctly. I told her you should have the child latch at a 30-degree angle. That way, when her milk begins to extrude from the channel, it will flow more rapidly with the babe's suction, as followed.
Goddamn. Fucking meat canyon.
She got irrationally angry when I proved her wrong and put a curse on me.
Wait, hunger level, sleepiness, mood, fussing, cuddles. Probably interesting, okay. I do this regularly! McFiston, no!
Not that I believe in curses or anything.
Return the slab! Or suffer their consequences.
The curse is real. Look at your legs.
I can barely feel it. Pain is actually an illusion played on by the mind that...
You fool! Don't you see your arrogance? Need I remind you that's what got us fired from Blizzard?
Yeah, so I worked at Blizzard for 7 years? I barely think about it. It's actually funny, Chad. I'm considered the first, second generation...
Wait, hold on, I just realized. Hold on. I don't know if you can... Fuck, hold on, you can't see... Wait, I'm just gonna go back a little bit and then see it because it won't... It says...
7 years? I barely think about it.
Go back to it.
It's actually funny,
My
Chad.
cool game...
I'm considered the first,
really
second
important
generational
text.
hire at the company. Not that I even think about it.
You're not even streaming right now!
That's so... He's so real for this.
Oh, I knew that, and I was just practicing before I go live. It's the most optimal way a streamer stays fresh when...
Jesus.
You can at least admit that telling a woman how to breastfeed her child was wrong.
I would be willing to concede such an argument if it wasn't something I'm so well versed in. Let me explain. You see, a gypsy's breast is typically in the cup size of B to C, albeit small. It provides ample milk for her freshborn.
Your ego is going to kill us! Admit to yourself, you can be wrong.
Freshborn, yeah, freshborn.
For us.
I can be wrong. But I just think a mother should breastfeed her child.
I swear, Meat Canyon is actually fucking genius. Like, this is like, did anybody else grow up like reading Clive Barker? Cause like, I get such Clive Barker vibes from you know, from Meat Canyon stuff. Well, hey, on America's Fat and D is now average. It's funny too because like I think that like what people could I was talking about this the other day, but cup sizes are like really weird. Actually it wasn't the other day, it was like the other week or whatever. And just because something's a D cup doesn't mean that it's big, because you could be a small-breasted person but still be a D cup. It depends. It's more about like it's more about like the size difference between like what's considered your band size, which is right under your breasts, and then like the fullest part. So, and I tell this, I said this then, and I'll say it now because I think it's cool. There's a subreddit called A Bra That Fits, and they have a calculator that basically it says how you're supposed to measure yourself for like, you know, measuring like how you're actually supposed to measure yourself. Like, you measure it a couple times, like around the underside, around the fullest part, and then also when you're leaning over, and also when you're lying down. And so, and then you put that in, and it'll tell you kind of like what your actual size is. And then you can afterwards, like, either go to the website or like it'll suggest like what are called sister sizes. So technically, like, when I put my thing in, measurements in, I actually get like a 28 double D. Which, if you're like sitting there like, huh, 28? Like, I've never seen anything in stores that's below a 30. And it's because most people don't sell for, like, most people don't sell for anything under 30, right? And so, like, has DD boob, right? No, but like, it's because my band size is 28, right? So if you were to translate that to, or like, you can, because you can do what's called a sister size, right? So here, let me. Okay, wait. I just want the picture, okay? I just want the picture. Also, thank you for the follow. Old school dad. Hey, old school dad, welcome in. So look, so like, it's either, I'm either a 28D or 28 double D. It depends on like what the calculator gives me both, actually, right? And so like, my sister size would be 30C. So if you were to go up in band, you go down in cup. That's kind of generally how it goes, right? So what then you can do is go and like try like these size of bras, right? What do the double letters mean? Cheeto, I'm not actually sure what the double letters mean. I think it's like slightly more space, but not enough space as the E, but I could be wrong. Imagine wearing a bra that didn't just have stretchy cups. Also, good morning, Amphibious Orca. I don't know that I've ever tried... Wait, stretchy cups? What do you mean by stretchy cups, Lampu? I think we should abolish bras. They're a tool of the patriarchy designed to control women's bodies. I'm an ally. My mom said that most women wear ill-fitting bras. She sold them for a decade or so. She insisted on measuring everyone, and every woman was happier in the end. Yeah, that's the thing. That's the thing is, like, addicted to mosh. Unfortunately, like, if you go to places like, if you go get sized at, like Victoria's Secret, for example, right? They will, whatever your size is, right? Whatever your size is, they will still try to put you in the range that they carry, right? So, like, I shit you not, like, I had, like, before, I used to wear like 30, it was like 34, it was 34A or something like that. It was not the right size. Like, I remember sizing myself for the first time, and I got something like a 26. I actually got a 26 something. I don't remember exactly. And I found and bought a bra that was that size, and as soon as I put it on, I was like, I don't know what to do with any of these other bras. I'm throwing them all the fuck out. Don't forget to measure the yaw. True. Yeah, it's very important to measure the yaw. 28 is the lowest I've seen, but more so at Walmart than at special store. It's funny because if you go to the subreddit, and if you search for, like, you know, whatever size you get, you actually get people who will be like, you know, oh, I've been looking for this, you know, where can we find them? And then, you know, they'll give you recommendations. Unfortunately, a lot of times, especially if you're in like the bigger sizes or like the smaller sizes, you are probably going to spend a bit more money on them because they're not sold at like most stores. Right? Wouldn't it be more comfortable to not just use bras? No, not necessarily, Artemis. It depends on the person, and like some people just do need support. I don't know. Like, I could probably get away with it and not I don't need the support, but some people just need the support. Also, wait, play the original. What does that mean? What is the... Wait.
Yeah, chats.
Oh my... Okay. hold on. Let's get... Oi. Would you just buy DD and cut the bands? No, I would, wait, DD and cut the... No, because the D refers to cup size. So I wouldn't be able to alter it, if that's what you mean. Parallax, welcome in. I'm here for sex and cake, and I'm out of cake. Measuring something wrong is so stupid. My mom said measuring wrong just removes repeat customers. Well, but, Mosh, I think that I mean, okay, hold on a second. Measuring wrong just removes repeat customers. I mean, I think your mom, unfortunately has, like, the mindset of somebody who actually wants to provide a good service. You know, as opposed to whatever service is necessary to get the person to make a purchase and then leave, you know? Like, I think that most... I mean, it's just capitalism, right? Walmart is the goat for size options. For example, triple Ds are hard to find in a store, and they will carry that too. Oh, that's interesting. I mean, I haven't looked at Walmart. I could go try. I don't. Wait, do you think that? Do you know if they would have 28 band sizes? I think your mom was. I didn't know boobs are so complicated. Oh yeah. They are quite complicated. I mean, they're not. It's not just about like. It's not just about, you know, tamping them down, right? Target 2, I'm like a 42 or C or 42B, and they always have them. I'm gonna be honest, at some point, I switched to just wearing, like, bralettes, and not worrying about, because you kind of don't have to worry about cup sizes too much, but I've been thinking about going back to, like, actual bras. So you know, I'll check out Walmart, and I open stream and we are talking bra size. Oh yeah, Bones of Dune, welcome in. Okay, but mom also had the highest sell counts in her store. Yeah, no, hold on, Mosh. I'm not trying to throw shade onto your mother. I'm trying to do the exact opposite. I'm saying that, like, okay, like, especially like customer service people who like, the stuff that your mom does is what would be at this point in time considered like above and beyond. Okay, like actually good service that is accurate, and it's kind of understandable because a lot of these people aren't paid enough to care, right? Like, they're just told, okay, this is how you measure somebody, and then, like, whatever their band size is, you know, you just, like, fit them into a sister size, because we don't carry 28s. You know, we don't carry, like, I don't know, actually, I don't know what's the upper limit on Victoria's Secret's range, but that's what I mean, is, like, your mother is, like, somebody who is, I mean, your mom's kind of like my mom. My mom does the same kind of thing, you know? Did you ever watch a reality show that was a custom bra store in, like, Atlanta? Oh, interesting. No, do you know what that's called? I heard 32D is the most common. I don't know, actually, no. I know that, like, I mean, I know that this is the range that most places will carry, right? Or, like, up here, right? Like, mostly, like, 30... I actually rarely see 30As. Usually it starts at 30. It doesn't usually go, like, you normally don't, like, get, like, I don't ever see, like, 30Fs, you know? Beans explaining your mom to you like she's pirate software or something. No, I'm just saying, I didn't want... I try to have a real one in case I have to wear something where it would look weird if I'm Yeah, I think that's kind of been my my modus operandi, Lamp Boob. Jimmy Hennessy, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. I'm glad this bra talk is bringing somebody in. Wait, bro, Mosh, what the hell? Okay, wait, no, you're not talking about your mom, okay? You're not talking about your mom. Yeah, but you've got the kind of build where you can get away with not wearing a bra on the date. Yeah, no, Parallax, to be clear, mostly at this point, the reason I wear bras is more or less like, it's honestly, a lot of it is a, what's the word? It's basically like a societal expectation sort of thing, where I have been socially conditioned to... No, it's not just habit, because like, if it's me just at home and I'm about to go to bed or something, it's not like I wear a bra then, right? If it's me and just my husband, I don't care whether I'm wearing one or not, right? If I wear one, it is because of habit. But if somebody were to come over, yeah, social norm, exactly. If someone were to come over, if I was to go out to the store, I have been socially conditioned that, like, nips are, like, not okay. You know what I mean? I would never, ever, like, if I'm just hanging around at home and it's just me and my mom or whatever, or even if it's just me and my dad, I'm not going to care one way or the other. But if I were to go out with my mom and I wasn't wearing a bra, she would absolutely say something, right? Nips are not the problem. Your tits spotlighting the ground is. No, for me it's the I mean, I understand why for some people it would be the tits. For me, it's not the tits. If a bra's not gonna save your tits from hanging when you get older, I think that is a myth, right? Can you please tell your nips not to stare at me, you nipple-hating son of a bitch? Okay, all right. We're gonna watch the real version, okay? Holy daily dose of Gappy. Bringing it again, okay? Let's go.
So today I was supposedly cursed.
Genuine question, guys. Let's say you're falling down a 3-story building, okay? And obviously, like, if you just fell down, if I jumped out of the building like here, I would just die, right? Why can't you do like a video game moment and glide your hands on the wall as you go down? And so the friction goes this way, this goes that way. Your hands get fucked, but you survive. Why can't you just do that?
Chad got irrationally angry when I proved Chad wrong and put a curse on me. Not that I believe in curses or anything.
Oh no, Gappy.
The curse is real. Look at your legs.
I can barely feel it. Pain is actually an illusion played on by the mind that...
Holy shit.
You fool! Don't you see your arrogance?
Yeah, so...
I haven't cleaned this lint trap
for 7 years?
What if the 9/11 plane...
Bro, the suggestions,
pushes you against the building? This question had nothing to do with 9/11. Why do you guys keep trying to make this burning building question about 9/11?
Wait, hold on. Why was there a roach? Oh, right, a roach.
You can at least admit that.
When I make the box vertical, things change.
What?
All of gravity is pointing along the box. And so it's just going to free fall like it would if there was no box there.
I would be willing to concede such an...
Oh, wait. Is that a science video from somebody who's actually disproving Gappy's theory?
argument if it wasn't something I'm so well versed in.
Your ego is going to kill us. Admit to yourself.
I love that this
you
is
can be
the
wrong.
mirror, Gappy.
For us.
I can be wrong. But I just think
This idea is possible. God! Okay, I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. I know it's a little bit of a piglet.
Piglet?
Pirate, why are you walking, bro?
What are you talking
Oh
about?
my
Why am
god, I
jumping
love
into
it.
This is savageable. Come on, man.
Some of the best moments that I've had inside of
The building.
are because, oh shit, we're all going to die. We don't execute this perfectly, and we
Glide your hands on the wall.
got to live. Oh shit, we're all going to die. We don't execute this perfectly, and we are not at that moment.
Your hands get
We
fucked.
got to live.
Yo, people in the Unix, holy shit. Great, listen, great edit, okay? Also, that was such a, that is such a, where's that? Gappy gets fact-checked on his sliding down a building theory. Oh, wait. Are you telling me somebody, like, did, like, a cameo? Somebody did a cameo of, like, his theory? Yo, Pars, thank you so much for the primer. I appreciate it. Very much, very much. If anybody else has any primers that they're not currently using, you can park them here. Fuck you! Wait, what do you mean, fuck you? I fixed your lurker! He is facing forward now. No way he thought he could slide down a building. Wait, wait. No. This is like an old theory, okay? Okay, hold on. This is actually bugging me. Give me a moment. I'm gonna turn on the lights in the back. One of the other problems we've been having is with our internet, and got a new like internet box thing, Wi-Fi thingy, and so all of our like Google Assistant devices are fucked up, and everything's just fucked up. Sucks. Using the ISP's Wi-Fi as opposed to what? My lurker is tiny because you do not love me? You know, actually, that's weird because I thought we had fixed that size issue. Am I using your own box? What does that mean, Cho? What does that mean? Gappy theory is only possible if you have very long hands and would spread them so that you glide them on opposite sides of the wall, but it would not be possible trying to use friction on the same wall. You would just glide your hands on the same wall for a very short time and then would not be able to. Right, well, your own Wi-Fi router. Hold on a second. Are you saying, like, me go out and buy an entirely new Wi-Fi router? As opposed to using the free one that they give us? Is it because, like, the free ones are, like, shit or something? Let's go! Harder cap. That always gets me. Thank you very much for the $3.99 Tizen wine. I appreciate it. This is how important surface friction is. Some ISPs don't allow it. Wait, hold on. Oh my gosh, wait. Okay, no, okay, hold on. No, this is, I'm gonna keep this up, but this is too long of a tangent, okay, Artemis? I do believe you. In any case, I think what I would want to do is, let's do this, okay? If we have time... Okay, wait, stop. Oh no, that's the wrong one. The fact-checked one. That's what I wanted. we'll do this. Let's get through either the Dare video or the Lex Friedman video. And then we'll do like the Gappy break where we'll watch your video and then we'll also watch the Gappy's actual take and getting fact checked, because I don't think I've ever watched this one
Sleazy Jason.
I don't think I've ever watched this Daily Dose of Gappy. It's from a year ago, so I don't know how I missed it, but yeah, let's. Is Lex still a Russian shill? Wait, why don't I have? I thought I had something for 40. Was I supposed to have something for 45? I could be wrong. Do icebeans not allow you to connect to an Ethernet port? Wait. They do? Is Lex still a Russian shill? Oh, that was... Yeah, well...
Listen, I'm stuck in the middle of nowhere without a PC, okay? Look at this.
Wait.
There's like smoke coming out of my mouth. I'm not doing fine. Me being outside is a cry for help, okay?
Trump is a
Send help.
pedophile. Trump is a Cheerio.
Wait, what? Was that the right one? Is Ben still 1 bit, or did you change the amount? I did change the amount. Okay, wait. I am actually like very concerned. I'm just concerned now that I just want to make sure that my my bits menu is correct. Oh no, it's fucking not. What the fuck? I'm sorry. Okay, hold on. I just changed it. Wait, okay. Let me make sure that the 245 was also correct. Wait, what the hell was... Okay, 235 is Mr. Geek. Okay, cool. Cool. I can't cheer today for some reason. When I don't show up for stream tonight because I'm dead, I want you to make sure Beans knows it was her fault. What'd I do? You can connect your computer to your router via an Ethernet
Donald J.
cable.
Trump, the President of the United States, is in fact covering up a child rape ring.
No, thank you, Shapiro. I appreciate it. No, I'm not using wireless. I am connected. Okay. Let me explain, okay? The box on the ground is connected to the wall. The box on the ground is also then connected to that thing, which provides the Wi-Fi. There's a cable running from that box to my computer. So that's the modem, question mark. That's the router, the Wi-Fi router. I'm connected from the Wi-Fi router, like, to my computer through a cable. I'm not doing Wi-Fi. I do have a Wi-Fi adapter, but I'm not using Wi-Fi right now. Who is this Gappy person? Shoop, really? Gappy is he's a streamer on Twitch. His name is Gappy V. He does mostly gaming content. But what we like to watch him for are his, like, clips where he demonstrates a...
Honk, honk, motherfucker! Honk, honk!
He posted, oh, thank you for the 100. He demonstrates a severe...
Wi-Fi bubble tea no bow bra size Gappy building Wi-Fi cat bubble tea Serbia meat canyon. This is Bean's brain on ADHD.
Yes, people. It's true, okay? And it's mostly because my meds haven't kicked in yet. We haven't even started on the actual content we were supposed to get. Okay, I'm making a decision. We're gonna watch Lex Fraudman, okay? Are you happy? Are you happy? We're gonna watch Lex Fraudman now. But yes, Shoop, you can check him out on Twitch. I don't know if he streams on YouTube as well. I think it's just Twitch. Although I don't know why. Fraudman, she answered me indirectly. Fuck you, Lex Sneedman. Wait, what was your actual question? Is Lex still a Russian shill and she moves the fuck on? I'm gonna be honest, Parallax, it's because my brain just moved on. I read the question and my brain was like, move on. Lex is gonna bring us world peace. Now, okay, it's interesting because I don't know that I've watched too much of Lex Fridman. Lex Fridman. Apart from, I think the things that I remember watching of his was like his interview with Vladimir Zelensky. And that was kind of it. I mean, maybe one other video. I do know, like, just from that interview alone, that he was kind of, I mean, he was being, the way he phrased some of those questions was like, okay, bro. I wonder if it's Bean's ADHD, which makes her bi. Lex mostly interviews academics. He should stay out of political talks, not his lane. I mean, okay, Testy, do you have an example? I mean, this is something that I can do on my own time. Do you have an example of, like, an interview that is not political that you think he did, like, well on, or that you think, like, exemplifies what his normal, kind of, modus operandi is, right? He's not a really insightful guy. He has really interesting questions to ask. I've followed Lex for years. Yeah, like, that's what I mean, is like, you know, I'm just curious, right? Because I feel like it's only recently that people are really like, okay, you're kind of being disingenuous, fraud, you know, what's the word? Like, compromised? Question mark? Okay, alright, let's get started. That's my new identity. I know you're not calling me an undercover Indian. Holy shit. Okay.
Depending on who you ask, Lex Fridman is a super genius former professor at MIT, truth-telling podcast aficionado. Other people will say he's a lying industry plant grifter who pushes certain narratives based on whatever will make him famous under the guise of neutrality and working for a greater good. When I first encountered Lex Fridman, I saw him as more of a. I mean, the man taught at MIT and had an academic paper endorsed by me and Elon Musk. That's pretty remarkable stuff, but the more I look into this man, the more I realize that almost everything he does is deceptive, embellished, or just a flat-out lie. This guy has one of the most popular podcasts in the world, yet somehow also has zero charisma.
For people who are not familiar, what if someday or night a demon, by the way, he has a demon introduce this thought experiment. What if someday or night a demon were to steal after you into your loneliest loneliness?
He'll humiliate himself on podcasts despite claiming to be an alpha male.
I almost called Elon Musk South American last night in a convo.
He has an extremely shady background that nobody can make sense of other than accusing him of being an intelligence asset, which might hold more weight than I originally thought. So let's try and get to the bottom of who is Lex Fridman.
Wait, is this how this guy?
Let's try and get to the bottom of who is.
Is this how this guy portrays himself? Because this is a style choice. This is like McFiston style on like steroids, like McFiston style, but like greased up, right? South African American. Oh my god, yeah. I mean, he's white, that's why. Hey, Talos, stop. Before I go eat my feelings, wear a bra, ladies. The patriarchy abides. Fuck you, Beans. Love you, twin. Suck a fuck, Beans. Fuck you too, Parallax. Love you. Lamp Boob, thank you for the 3 months. I appreciate that. Thank you. I really appreciate that.
Lex Fridman. Lex was born in the Tajik Soviet Republic in 1983 to Russian Jewish parents. He spent his childhood in Moscow until his family moved to the USA following the collapse of the Soviet Union. Lex's father was a plasma physicist and began teaching at Drexel University. Lex and his brother would follow in their father's footsteps and also attend Drexel University, where Lex would obtain his bachelor's, master's, and a PhD. Now, Drexel University is a respected school and anyone would be proud to graduate from there, especially with 3 separate degrees. Anyone except for Lex, apparently. What's interesting is that on all of Lex's personal media, he never mentions Drexel University, not even once. He never mentions he went there, he never talks about it on podcasts, nothing. He and his dad had a podcast years ago, who, keep in mind, is a professor at Drexel, but that podcast has been scrubbed clean from the internet.
Oh wait,
Even going through his catalog.
Hold on, I'm sorry, I didn't realize it was covering the entire fucking screen, my bad. Hold on. Okay, hold on. I need to discipline my cat real quick. Hold on, give me. Read it around for the. Do you have anything to say for yourself? Go ahead. Wait, hold on. Cover that shit up. Nobody wants to see. Yes?
Sirs time now big redacted on streamer backfuck.
What? Hey. Ooh. He used to be so small that I could like fit him entirely in my neck right here, and now he's so big that doing it is like, alright, buddy. Okay. What would Lex look like as an animal? What animal is Lex? Since we're talking furries. Baldy slap. Okay.
Find podcast 100. What's weird is that you can find Drexel articles about Lex, and even this really old post where he confirms that he went there. On his Wikipedia, which he's not in control of, by the way, it says Drexel University. Lex claimed that this was an attack on him for no good reason, slandering him even. Now note this pattern of behavior.
It's 120 seconds, para.
For Lex. Every time he's confronted on something shady or something that doesn't add up, he plays victim. Try looking up Drexel on his subreddit and nothing will come up. In fact, if you even mention Drexel on his subreddit or tweet at him about Drexel University, you'll almost certainly be banned or blocked. Even if you're just saying, hey, wait, didn't you go to Drexel? So what gives? Well, he does mention his association with MIT constantly, by the way. How he's a research scientist at MIT, how he taught at MIT. If you didn't do any research, you'd assume the only school Lex had affiliations with would be MIT. But what if I told you Lex has barely any connection to MIT? If you look through the MIT faculty lists, Lex is nowhere to be found. But if you go on YouTube, he has alleged lectures that took place at MIT. So, did he really teach at MIT? Well, it turns out Lex taught a January community class at MIT. This class that Lex taught was a class that wasn't for marks. There was no requirement to be there, no grading, no anything. MIT and other universities will usually offer these classes for anybody to take if they have an interest in a subject. Now, teaching this and being a tenured professor are very, very different things, but it didn't stop Lex from putting MIT all over his social media. His LinkedIn, for example, says MIT and nothing about Drexel, which is weird because on a LinkedIn, you'd want all of your academic
discipline your cat. I beat the pussy up. We are not the same.
Jesus, Para. Okay. Good for you, buddy. Okay. Also, is this like the TEDx? What's the Temu version of TEDx? Is it like, I know there's TED Talks and then TEDx. It's like whatever the inferior version is, right?
on there. Even if you go to any of his papers, it cites his school as MIT. Again, when you're publishing an academic paper, you'd want all of your academic qualifications in there. So why is he so eager to cover up the fact that he went to Drexel and not MIT? Well, because Lex uses this to give himself authority when speaking.
Lex Friedman, MIT. Also, which is something those people seem to sometimes care about, the followers and stuff like that. Like, did you just do that? And then they said, enough of that nonsense. Enough of that nonsense. They said to me, enough of that nonsense.
So what is his affiliation with MIT? Apparently what Lex did is what a lot of slimy academics do to boost their clout. Somebody from MIT commented on these dubious practices. Basically what people will do is the bare minimum to get associated with the school. So for Lex, he gave a free lecture for no marks. He managed to get an MIT email as a result.
Hey, M. Scherzo, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it.
And think, wow.
Oh,
That's
wait, hold
prestigious.
on.
Also, as somebody with a PhD, it's possible you could offer to do unpaid research for MIT, then you get library access, and most importantly, the MIT email.
Oh, interesting. Okay, but hold on a second. Library access? That's dope as fuck. I'm not gonna lie. One of the things that I miss most from my college days is the access to the library, and more importantly, like, all the research that you can access like, you know, with that library, right? Like interlibrary loan, holy shit, fucking loved it. Like, but hold on a second, does that mean that you, hold on a second, I actually want to go back.
Somebody involved with MIT see that and think, wow, that's prestigious. Also, as somebody with a PhD, it's possible you could offer to do unpaid research for MIT, then you get library access, and most importantly, the MIT email.
So, do you get like, okay, so you have to do unpaid research for them. I'm not shitting. I'm actually interested if there are like ways to essentially like get this kind of library access. Like, you know, I didn't know about this, right? Like, what are there other ways where you can get library access by doing something for them or by taking a free class and then you have access for a certain amount of time, right? Libraries, bro, who cares? No, shoot. That's actually quite a big, like, it's a big, I mean, okay, just imagine you're doing research, right? Like, just, you're an ordinary shitter on the internet. You're doing research. I wanted to do research, and I wanted to read this book that I can't find in any of my libraries. It's a textbook, right? And it's like $70. I'm not gonna spend $70 on a book that I might only read like a certain part of, right? And if you go onto like college, like I went onto my college library, and sure enough, you could get it with interlibrary loan, right? Like, that's the, if I still had access to that, I would absolutely do that, right? It's also not something that I necessarily want to, like, you know, sail the high seas for. That's the other part of it, right? You need to be somebody invited to do TED Talk. In case of TEDx, anyone can have a TEDx. You need to pay some fee for use of the logo. Yeah, I see what I mean. I still use my email to get research papers years after I graduated. Did you have access to your email? That's crazy. I can do interlibrary loans at my public library. Yes, Aeon, I can do that too. It's just that like my college library has, I mean, it has way more. I mean, it just has way more, right? I know that you could do like, even my library has, you know, you can borrow books from other like local, like regional libraries, right? Alright, Testy. Move to Philly, we have a huge ass library. Oh man, I really actually miss the library that was like 2 blocks away from our apartment in Canada. It was a really nice library. They had like a creator space. It was so cool. Oh, mine includes the state university. Okay, Eon, that's nice. That is nice. Because then that like essentially you just have access to the universe. That's actually really cool. I wish my city did that. It's definitely not like that. I know that for sure.
Research scientist at MIT,
I've had, and especially just part of a large set of collaborations, I've had a lot of students come to me and talk to me about ideas.
In reality, the only thing I've been able to confirm regarding the relationship between Lex and MIT is that he did teach a non-credit after-hours community class that was also out of semester. So no, this doesn't make you a professor or even an associate professor. It makes you a guy who spoke at MIT one time. So Lex could be doing free research for MIT and teaching free classes, but saying he researched and taught at MIT is technically true, in the same way the guy who cleans floors at the Tesla factory works for Tesla. It's like Brendan Schaub claiming he was in the NFL because he tried out for the Bills, not realizing that literally anyone can just show up to a tryout.
College football, NFL.
Yep.
You were on the training team, or not training
Buffalo
team.
Bills.
Buffalo
yeah.
Bills.
Yeah, training camp.
What the fuck happened?
Training camp?
Yeah, yeah.
Why is this so low?
What my favorite part about this whole saga is that for all of his profile pictures, Lex uses this photo of him speaking at MIT, and you'll notice all this complicated math behind him. You'd think that this is Lex's math, but no, it was the guy before him who wrote all this stuff on the board, and Lex just walked in after and gave a lecture. But it looks very fancy on literally all of his social media profile pictures. This is the original research that got me kind of interested in Lex. It got me thinking, this is very shady. All of this is super suspicious. Why would you go so far to hide where you actually graduated from and push this MIT narrative so hard?
Wait, the Joe Rogan post, the r/Joe Rogan post, Lex Friedman banning everyone from his sub. This is what I got banned for. I like his podcast, but this is just sad.
Where you actually graduated from and push this MIT narrative so hard. In reality, any normal person would put that MIT as a footnote, but Lex makes it his entire personality and uses it when giving himself authority on certain topics. Now, Lex claims MIT still pays him as a researcher.
I mean, okay, listen. Okay, I'm just gonna be real. I don't think it wouldn't be a footnote. Let's be completely real. If you taught, like, even if it was like a shitter class, right? You would absolutely put that. Like, I don't know anybody who would put the MIT thing as a footnote, right? Like, that's just silly to me. Like, this is just resume building 101. Like, you would try to elevate it as much as possible. It's disingenuous, yeah, but like, I guess this person is pretending as if like nobody else would do that as well, right? It's a resume thing. I don't know. Maybe that's just me.
So clearly he must be greatly respected in the academic world, right? Other academics could come out and speak positively about his work, and all of what I'm saying would be disproven or overblown. But what's interesting is that Lex's claim to fame was when he wrote a paper on the safety and effectiveness of Tesla's self-driving capabilities. Now somebody like Lex who's...
No, Artemis. I understand that. I'm saying that, like, so what the YouTuber said was that anybody else would put the MIT thing in a footnote, and I kind of disagree. I don't think anybody would put that in anybody else would put it in a footnote. It would absolutely be it would be a major part of a resume, right? Because even if it's not exactly true that you need special qualifications to do it, it still sounds prestigious, right? If you were building a resume, you would absolutely put this in your your notable achievements or your whatever fuck, you know? You'd put it on your CV for sure. Exactly, Jan. That's what I mean. It wouldn't be a footnote. It definitely wouldn't be something you wouldn't mention, right? What a subject. Yeah, many people would use it because exactly, that's what I mean. That's all I mean. Like, yeah, of course, we can still point out that, you know, you don't need special qualifications and that the actual qualification itself is kind of like whatever. But, you know, most people would still say it anyway.
Taught at MIT and researches and has so much background in academia would obviously publish a paper like this academically, right? But it never was published academically, which is very strange for anyone at an alleged high level like Lex.
Wait. Peer review has its drawbacks, but completely skipping that is not the right approach. Open review system for ICLR has been great for our field where reviewers have to post their review in open. Please do not go directly to media that distorts AI research. Lex Friedman from MIT blocked me because I urged him to avoid AI media hype and publish in peer-reviewed venues. As a premier educational institution, how can you allow this? There are guidelines that university research should be released to public. Interesting.
Considering he's had papers published in the past that are considered legit. But for this paper, it was never peer-reviewed or even published via MIT. For those of you who don't know, a peer review is absolutely essential for any academic paper to be considered legit. Think of it as a quality control for papers that everybody has to meet. The bare minimum standard for an academic paper is a peer review. This paper that Lex wrote happened to be extremely favorable to Tesla.
Of course.
People in the tech industry absolutely reamed it. Nobody would co-sign it, nobody would peer review it, and even today it's extremely hard to find an archive of it. Most of what you can find on it is people shitting on how bad it is. In fact, experts in the field called it incorrect, biased, and misleading to the point of negligence. That is pretty damning, if I do say so myself. The paper was so biased and so bad that people in the industry have actively distanced themselves from Lex as a result. Even people who aren't high-level academics want nothing to do with him.
Oh my god, look, you can count how many fucking pixels. Bro.
From Lex as a result. Even people who aren't
look at the fuck. Holy, this is so degrading.
aren't high-level academics want nothing to do with him, like Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Have you seen Lex Friedman playing guitar while he's driving around a self-driving car? Yeah, Lex drove around in a Tesla while playing guitar. It's pretty fast.
He's listed as research staff at MIT Lids, so I'm not sure if this guy did his research. Pezzy, did he, like, I think he mentioned earlier about the staff, right? But also, this was, well, I guess this was 3 weeks ago. Hold on. Now I'm interested. If you look through the MIT faculty list, Lex is nowhere to be found. Wait. Oh, we're at 841 right now. Let's see.
Connection to MIT. If you look through the MIT faculty lists, Lex is nowhere to be found. But
maybe it was like at that time or something. Lex mentions MIT almost as much as Pirate Software mentions Blizzard. Holy shit. I'm pretty interested now, because why? I mean, it seems like an easy thing to fact check, right?
Yeah, Lex drove around in a Tesla while playing guitar. It's pretty fascinating. Have you done Lex's podcast? No. You would love him. He's an AI researcher.
Is
from
he an
MIT
AI?
originally, and now he's mostly doing independent work and doing his own podcast. And brilliant guy. You would love him. And he's got an amazing podcast too.
Okay, so here it's going to be in this section.
I don't think you're interested in Lex's podcast. Lex actually is one of the most brilliant people I know. I think you'd love talking to him.
Or an interesting quote here from Walter Bagehot.
despite how bad this paper was, it did catch the attention.
Wait, was that intentional? Like what? Okay, I've not watched that Joe Rogan. I don't watch Joe Rogan. Was that like an intentional, like, oh, I'm gonna intentionally talk to you about Lex Friedman because it's making you uncomfortable? Is Pirate Software the Lex Friedman of game development, or is Lex Friedman the Pirate Software of podcasting? I feel like, well, good one, Bones. Whoever's drama blew up later is the copy of the first one, right? So, depending on when you would really say Lex Friedman is called out as a fraud, I would say that Pirate Software is the copy, right? Pirate Software is the Lex Friedman of game dev. Probably the first one. Okay, all right.
Somebody important. Somebody who has a lot of interest in positive Tesla news, that being Elon Musk.
Legalize comedy. Yeah.
We know Elon isn't one for morals or facts as long as it makes him money and makes him feel good. So he signal boosted Lex super hard to the point of even appearing on his podcast after only 18 episodes. This has caused people to call Lex an industry plant, which, depending on if you consider this a plant move by Musk, could be true because it blew Lex up into mainstream podcasting. Some random AI researcher almost overnight became one of the biggest podcasters in the world, pushing Lex as an intellectual who went to MIT and is a trusted source when it comes to research, even if none of those things are true, or at least half true. Ever since this interview with Elon, Lex has been an absolute Musk and Tesla meat rider. He will stop at no self-awareness to defend his hero Elon. While Elon could be considered Lex's jumpstart, his appearance on Rogan was what truly solidified him as a podcasting mainstay. Joe, being immune to bullshit, was immediately enthralled by Lex Friedman. Thinking this man was a super genius,
Hey, Miracle Boy, happy Saturday.
Of the most influential people in podcasting, like Brendan Schaub. This left Lex and Joe with almost completely overlapping audiences, with Joe being the more Neanderthal-brained one and Lex being the alleged intellectual. Speaking of Neanderthal-brained, I want you to imagine this. Me arriving at the Melbourne airport. I am jet-lagged, can barely function, and I'm forced to stand in a line at a cell phone kiosk to get a SIM card so I can use
Okay. Saley, $14 per day. Cool. Alright, I'm gonna do the female eunuch strat of if you're interested in, I guess this is a sim service. You can use this guy's code, GhostGum. And let's... Oh look, jump ahead, thank you. Oh, Sri Lanka, that's cool, amazing.
This is like Joe
Okay.
Since Lex had captured an audience similar to Joe Rogan's, he felt the need to be like Joe Rogan, which has led to some hilariously embarrassing moments like this.
So I learned more in these maths than I have in all my years. I'm a nerd, I got a PhD. I learned more about life, about the mind, and these maths than I have in all the years of school. If you want to be the best in the world at something like I do, I want to build robots better than anybody else in the world.
Huh?
Or whether that's knitting or yodeling, anything. You have to work. But you have to work hard.
It was around this time when people started to realize Lex does better when he's pseudo-intellectually rambling about AI, not when he's trying to be an alpha male. Because he went to the Elon Musk school of cool, where being good at one thing is not enough. You can't just be a smart guy. You have to be the ultimate gamer, the ultimate musician, the best at everything. And much like when Elon does this, when Lex does it, it's insanely cringe. Now, for those of you who can't stomach cringe, I'm giving you a warning that this is one of the worst clips I've ever seen. You have been warned.
In the desert, I met a man with an eagle perching on his hand. And he asked me, son, what can I do for you? In this cruel world, there is a man you should listen to as you journey on through life. His name is Joe Rogan.
Oh my God.
Joe Rogan. Shoulders for days and a really wide back. Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan, a barrel of snakes for a bag.
What?
You fucked up. You should have never done that song. It was terrible.
I can't put my finger on it, but I think what makes Lex so embarrassing is he's trying insanely hard to make it look like he's not trying, if that makes sense. Once you notice that he's a transparent figure, it makes everything he does groan-worthy. I mean, this guy basically faked his way to the top and is now still faking it. Lex has been getting ever more political lately. While claiming to be a centrist, he clearly has a bias, especially towards Trump and Elon or whoever else might take interest in his takes. Now, what's interesting is Lex can get bigger profile guests than Joe Rogan. Like, this guy had Jeff Bezos, Benjamin Netanyahu, and Oliver Stone on his podcast, plus all the high-profile Rogan guests.
Also, wait a second. This music. Is this an Epidemic Sound music? Okay, wait. Where's the swooner emote? I need the swooner emote. Come on, 7TV. Aw, they have a swoon! They have... Wait, am I full up on emotes though? Fuck, I might be.
Mark Zuckerberg, Elon Musk, and even Trump. This has led to some people questioning if his rise is authentic. Even Rogan-adjacent comedians are perplexed by the rise of Lex. What I think is more likely is that Lex has proven himself to be a puppet who will say whatever benefits people. Look at Elon Musk, for example. He will say whatever benefits Elon Musk and will never criticize him. Obviously displayed by his academic paper that greatly benefited him, despite if it was true or not, but even just...
Do these look like balls to you, Dr. the Man? Okay, have you never seen a fine pear butt before?
the way he talks about Elon. Other powerful people with special interests noticed this and started going on Lex's show. This then naturally raises the prestige of the show. I was on Lex's show, the same show as Jeff Bezos, Elon Musk, and Mark Zuckerberg. This is why Lex benefits from grifting as an unbiased, unopinionated academic, because people who believe him look at him as a trusted source who's gonna give you the facts, even if that's not true at all. Not as a guy whose show acts as a mouthpiece for rich and powerful people to push their agenda, regardless of facts. Lex claims that he will talk to anyone and everyone in a respectful way and that he has no bias, but anybody who's watched his show knows that that's not true at all. You can see using his own words, like when he refused to acknowledge January 6th as a coup attempt, despite him talking to an actual historian about it, which, by the way, most people, regardless of political belief, will say that this was a coup attempt. But by far the worst example of this is when he interviewed President Zelensky of Ukraine, which might be one of the worst high-profile interviews of all time. Now, before we talk about why that interview's so bad, we have to talk about love.
It's about love. You mentioned love. Why do we humans fall in love? Put love out into the world.
Amazing.
I gotta ask you about love. Bukowski had this line about love being a fog that dissipates with the first light of reality.
Lex has this embarrassing obsession with the concept of love. He is constantly talking about love like a teenager who tried mushrooms for the first time. Why can't we all just love each other, man? It's super corny that a guy with as much academic background as Lex thinks that all problems in the world can be solved as if it's a fucking Disney princess movie.
And I definitely seek that kind of love with a life partner. So
the specifics kind of depend on the university, but faculty is a nebulous term. Sometimes it refers just to tenured professors, which Lex definitely is not. Sometimes it includes research staff, which Lex seemed to be at MIT Lids. Okay. What is an adjunct? Because I think, like, isn't adjunct also, like, something like temporary? A part-time, typically on a, okay. Right. Like, if you're an adjunct professor, are you considered part of the faculty, you know? Like, would you, I guess it really depends on how often these sites, like, how often do these universities, like, update their, how often do they update their, like, their faculty pages, right? Is this a really old video? His LinkedIn doesn't match with what was in the video. No, this is a 3-week-old video. This is from July 14th. Hiposito. You did notice he has no specially listed on link. Wait. Wait, what do you mean this doesn't match what was in the video? Because I feel like it does. Where did they show his LinkedIn? Okay, wait. 1625. Wait, no, this... At least the front part of it does. Like, the main part of it does. Didn't he say something about Drexel being hidden away and MIT up front? Hold on. Yeah, his LinkedIn, for example, says MIT and nothing about Drexel. So what, is it that you do find his, Drexel stuff? It's just, like, I don't want to log in. But, experience, research, MIT, publications. No Drexel. Hey, Mumbles. Welcome in. How you doing? Wait, where are you seeing Drexel then, Hiposito? Is it like hidden away? Is it on like other parts of the website or something? Okay, here. We're 16 something? Okay.
That I could, how does the saying goes, ride or die with. I can bury the bodies with them.
Most of the time it's just cringe and harmless, but sometimes
You have
it's
to be logged
downright
in?
delusional.
Ooh.
Like straight up at
Oh, shit. Really? Interesting. Research staff. It means he's performing labor for professors. I mean, you only have to listen to about 15 minutes of that guy before it's clear that he's a little slow. I would be interested to hear about his dissertation. It's only highlighting MIT because that's how LinkedIn formats public profiles. Here's a screenshot of LinkedIn with Drexel. Ooh. Interesting. Ha, okay, there you go. That's very interesting. I don't think anyone's pointed it out. Maybe somebody can point that out in the comments. Honestly, I wonder if like they need to have a feature where you can search comments, you know? Oh wait, they're at Drexel. This Drexel is blah 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 blah. Okay, also why I guess I don't understand why Drexel, like, maybe they explained it and I missed it, but why is Drexel itself like a like why is that an undesirable like I can understand why you would want to elevate MIT over Drexel, but is there something about undesirable about Drexel that like people are, you know, like why would you want to distance himself or not portray it or something? I understand he has it on his LinkedIn, but if we're just to like buy the theory, right? Time to do a hit piece on this YouTuber. Cheeto, I really want to make. I so badly want to make that little octopus, but with like, but you know, chatting, because that's what you do. Maybe it makes it look like he didn't graduate from MIT. I don't think it's undesirable. Okay, so you're saying like, so you're saying that it's just kind of that he is just trying to elevate MIT over this Drexel thing. Okay, all right. Where am I? Oh, okay, we're right here. Okay.
Zelensky if he could forgive Putin with the power of love, which is maybe one of the dumbest things I've heard in my entire life. If somebody murdered your entire family and friends, would you use the power of love to forgive them? Lex heavily pressed Zelensky on Russia and the war and asked him some pretty hard-hitting questions, but will not give that same hard-hitting attitude to the other side. So with all this talk about love, Lex must be this stoic figure that really cares for all humans, except much like his entire persona, it's all an act. Proven when Mark Norman shared a story of Lex freaking out at a lady because her printer wasn't working.
Well, what's fun is we did it in a hotel in New York. He was in town for some reason, and the printer wasn't working in the lobby, and I got to watch him yell at the lady behind the desk, and that was weird, seeing him not be that robot guy. He was like, what the hell? The printer doesn't work? Get your shit together. And some girl like, I don't know.
Do you think Lex has love for her? Or better question, could he learn to forgive that printer? It's all a grift to prop up his image as this forgiving, nice guy intellectual. If you couldn't tell by watching the Zelensky interview, Lex is also a Russia shill. Now, it's not proof he's being paid by Russia like Tim Pool. We have to look a bit deeper when looking at Lex. Like,
that's crazy how all your colleagues put you into infinite debt. Colleges. How did I read that so badly? Depth. That's crazy how all your colleges put you into infinite debt, but only like 4 of them are worth anything. I don't know, honestly, if that is true, like, for, like, yes to the debt part. No for, like, the, like, I'm gonna be honest, I don't know, apart from certain, like, does anybody actually give a shit about, like, if you're hiring someone, I guess the name recognition is kind of cool, but, like, apart from that, you know, does it actually confer any other benefit? Like, would you actually get picked Would you on the, like, if you had an identical resume and the only thing that was different was that one of them went to like a state college and the other one went to MIT, would that be in and of itself enough for somebody to pick MIT? Maybe some people, but like generally speaking, I don't know, right? Hey Leonard, welcome in. I don't even have a degree from industry. I don't know, most people in my field don't speak to each other. That's amazing. I guess, like, you know what I'm saying? I just don't know, I'm asking. Okay, also I realized, okay.
When he was shitting on Zelensky after he met with Trump and Vance, but guys, he's totally unbiased and is just looking for solutions, which is why he had Thanksgiving dinner with the Trump family. Totally unbiased, by the way. If you think the guy who had Thanksgiving dinner with the Trump family and was made famous by simping for Elon Musk is unbiased, I have an MIT academic paper to show you that I definitely wrote, and if any of you in the comments say otherwise, you will be permanently banned from commenting on my videos. Lex is also a big believer in free speech, which is why he literally blocks anybody who criticizes him. Alpha male Lex might be one of the most sensitive people on the planet.
Speaking of college, by the way, I'm pretty sure I got in my master's program. Ooh, let's go, Leonard, yes! That's great. Wait, when do you find out officially? Or are you saying, like, that you know already? That's so cool, congratulations. Let's fucking go. Obviously, yes, it's the most prestigious university. It would make a big difference when hiring, for sure. Okay, I guess, like, to go back to what, like, Cho was saying, I don't know that it would still, like, render another degree useless from another university, right? Like, I don't think anyone, you know, maybe it's because I haven't actually been in many different jobs, especially in my current field. Like, most of the time I'm, like, in a company for at least, like, 4 or 5 years before I do anything or go anywhere else. So I don't know, I'm not somebody who is, like, you know, or gets to see this firsthand, you know, would, like, does that make sense? I don't know, I'm not somebody who's in the field, so to speak. Hey, female eunuchs, thank you so much for the 24 months, that's 2 years. Thank you. I appreciate it.
2 years of icebeans, female 55 governance. I'm a 2-year bean community member.
Let's go. Female eunuchs. Also, we watched the Daily Dose of Gappy with the pirate software. It was, you did so well on that. So good. Like, the different faces were just chef's kiss. I'm not saying that, but it would make it much easier for you. Okay, yeah, I can accept the making it easier. That's fair, right? Well done.
Lex's block list on Twitter is probably
and also the song at the end. That bit was great too. That bit was great too. Yes, flowers for female eunuchs.
Thousands at this point. He blocks people who glance at his profile the wrong way. Anybody who criticizes him, blocked. Anybody who says he should get a peer review on his academic paper, blocked. Anybody who points out the university that he went to, which was Drexel and not MIT, you guessed it, blocked. I wouldn't be surprised if I'm blocked after this video, so follow me for more updates on that. The censorship has gotten so bad on Lex's subreddit that they had to create another one just to actually discuss and criticize Lex. People were getting banned for just simply asking questions about Lex's background. And when they're not banned, sometimes we'll get a rare Lex sighting. Lex is so terminally online that he will randomly show up in comment sections to defend himself, saying that the internet is full of hateful, cruel people, but he still has love for them, of course. He disappears just as quickly once you question his ethics. Okay, but who cares about Lex's personal life or opinions? How is his podcast? Surely he must be a good interviewer. Joe Rogan, whether you like him or not, can carry a conversation. He's charismatic and can make even the most boring guests an entertaining chat, most of the time. Lex does not...
I don't know about that one. I maybe, okay, this is also, I'm gonna reveal my bias here too, but like, I feel like, I don't know that Joe Rogan is interesting, you know? I could be wrong. Like, I'm sure he's relatable, but I don't know that, I don't know if I agree that, like, he is the thing that makes the person shine, right? I just think he has, like, an approachable demeanor, He's like a guy that grills, you know, he's a griller. And like it's usually the person that he's talking to that is actually doing, you know, drawing most of the attention, I guess, or whatever. I'm not saying he has no talent. I'm just saying, like, I feel like this guy is maybe jacking him off a little bit, glazing him just a bit, right?
Not have the
Joe
same
Rogan?
skill. His podcast is incredibly boring and slow. In fact,
okay.
if you want to listen to it,
Wait,
turn
no,
up the
that's-
speed because it becomes way more tolerable. Beyond the biased
I
shilling
never
and
understood his
corniness,
appeal.
Lex just isn't a great conversationalist, which leads to some incredibly awkward and uncomfortable moments.
I'm as alpha in everything I do as it gets. And the fact that on Joe Rogan said that I thought Scent of a Woman is a better movie than John Wick put me into this
Lex
beta
speaks
category.
like a Drexel.
Lex has this really shady thing where nothing about him is
Rogan
really
is a good
true.
interviewer.
It's all half.
No, I guess okay. Shoot, the thing, like, I'm not saying he's like, I'm not saying he's bad. I'm just saying that, like, I don't know if I would go so far as to say that he is like the secret sauce to all of it, right? Like most of the time, if I'm watching a Joe Rogan interview, it's because of whoever he's interviewing, which is fine. It makes sense. Does that make sense? Like, I'm not watching it because Joe Rogan himself is an interesting person and like elevates the conversation. He's just kind of there. He asks some interesting questions, but mostly he's just like he's just kind of there, I guess, right? He's a bad I'm saying he's bad. He's a bad interviewer. He does interviews. As a German, I'm not allowed to comment on someone with the name Friedman. Lex is about to finish off Rogan.
Truths, embellishments, withholding information, sometimes straight up censoring information. It's left people asking, what does this guy even do? Who is this guy? People have taken notice of this, especially over the years. Tim Dillon had an impeccable rant about these pseudo-intellectual types that basically sums it all up, including Lex.
That Lex Friedman interview is great. It's great. It's 6 hours because he takes 6 minutes to ask each question, but I love him. I'm just trying to stay in this, but he's great. He's a genius. And everyone says he's a genius. I don't know if he's a genius. What does he do?
I don't know if he's a
coder?
genius.
Yeah, for AI.
Wait, what? So what does that even mean?
So like he
Does anyone have to ask credentials anymore? Everyone goes, Eric Weinstein's a genie. Does anyone know why? What? Is there anything they've done? No, truly, because all they do is talk. Is there anything they've built? Is there one appliance that they have anything to do with? Have they come up with something even like the Rotato, which peels and slices a potato as you could? Like, is there one thing any of them have done except whack off Elon Musk and talk? And you can't find a thing they do. What is their job? What is any of their jobs?
to do research.
Into what? Why and who? Where? Where's
He's
the
so
what?
mad. Who is this?
They all do research all day, but they're all on Clubhouse for 9 hours. What are they researching? They're just talking about trans people. They're all supposedly tech geniuses who's talking about who has a cock. I'm not a fan of women getting beaten up by men in sport, but it's like, these are the best minds of our time, and all they're talking about is if somebody's tucking the D.
It's convenient that Lex and these other guys say
What the
academia
hell?
is being corrupted, so their
This
audience
guy's actually
ignores
who
them.
was
When
that guy? Who was that guy? The funny thing is that guy sold me like into checking him out just by like what, a 30-second clip of like just not even his face, right? Just like a fucking comment.
Best minds of
He
our
did say
time,
something
and all
interesting
they're
about-
talking about is if somebody's tucking the D.
It's
Timothy
convenient
Dillon,
that Lex
okay,
and these
thank
other
you,
guys say academia is being corrupted, so their audience ignores them. When Lex has been shady or half-truthing about his academic
I
background,
think he's the guy who said, I think people are confused. All Elon did was a Nazi salute. That's funny. That's great. I bet he didn't go to Drexel. Ooh.
for years now. Guys like Lex have become mainstays in Joe Rogan's space.
Okay, also, I'm so sorry. When you, okay, if all that you dress
Background
in,
for years now. Guys like Lex
if all that you dress in is like a suit, you've always got the buzz cut to exactly this length, like, I don't know what to think. You know, at least like you see him in different shirts and stuff, right? But if all you see him is in this suit, you know, it's very strange. It's very strange.
Have become mainstays in Joe Rogan's.
Even Wick switches up the hoodie once in a while. You know what I mean? Even Wick switches it up.
Space. Therefore, because Joe Rogan is basically mainstream
like Cap,
now, these guys
red
also
shirt.
become mainstream. Joe Rogan, podcaster and alleged comedian, has arguably become more mainstream than mainstream news. If you told me this would happen a few years ago, I'd call you crazy.
It's
but
his
now
branding?
guys like Lex have been
I
able to
get it.
become the mainstream, and I'm not afraid to say they're all grifters. All of them. They love to wax on about how the mainstream media is biased, speech is being censored, and they're the last line of defense. My guy, you are the mainstream media now. You're biased,
The
you
woke
censor
left and
people,
they
and you
didn't say
misrepresent
goodbye?
shit all the time. I think what drives people insane nowadays is insincerity. People who claim to be
Nikocado.
something that they're not. And that's
Oh,
the
good
only
old
word I need to describe Lex. Insincere. He's the perfect example of a grifter. He claims to be an unbiased, super genius alpha male. He is none of those things. He's an agenda-pushing grifter who desperately tries to fit into the Rogan sphere and continues to embarrass himself in the process. He claims to be all about love, but freaks out on random people, bans, and blocks anybody who mildly criticizes him.
Goddamn.
And most importantly, he's not a truth seeker. Lex is someone who just cares about blowing up his image and making himself more famous, which is fine. But don't pretend like you're not that. But the problem with Lex is he's in too deep now. He's grifted so hard, there's no going back. His entire persona and brand is propped up by the fact that he's an unbiased academic. If it somehow comes out that, hey, you didn't actually go to MIT, hey, some of your takes are pretty biased, you got put on by writing a bullshit paper. If any of this comes out, Lex is fucked.
The fucking become human shot. Jesus.
His whole brand and persona is shattered.
But also, like, okay, I don't know that's not necessarily true though, right? Like, that's not necessarily true in that, like, this is the thing that would ruin your career, because, like, as we know, the president of the United States could be a pedophile, and there's, like, you know, a significant portion of the population that would not give a shit and that would vote for him again, you know? Like, we actively have that
That's
happening.
one fat ass sniffer.
Yes, McFiston. It is one fat with a PH ass. Ice, can you move your screen off of that green guy's ass? It's distracting. Thanks. I don't think this video is very good. I mean, it's a hit piece, right? It's more style than substance. I will say, like, the thing that he said about the MIT stuff, I didn't really know. It's more of a call out post than anything, right? It's all right.
Means less podcast views, no more dinners with Trump, no more conversations with world leaders and billionaires. So that's why Lex's strategy of playing victim and blocking people to control the narrative when he's called out is the only strategy that'll work for him. And the worst part is Lex's audience will continue to buy into his victim complex, that he's actually a really nice and smart guy who's getting attacked for no good reason. He isn't respected by academics. He isn't motivational. He's a boring as shit podcaster. So why the fuck do people watch him? There's a running joke within the
probably all
podcast world
happened
that Lex is an
because he got banned from the Lex subreddit. Why are you drawing a little caked up guy? It's a lurker, Acreal. It's gonna be a lurker. I'm making some new lurkers. That is not a lurker. He demands his presence be known, okay? It's an ass to the face. So? Are you judging him?
Intelligence asset. I had a good laugh at this until I watched this episode with Tim Dillon, where Lex gets a bit defensive about calling other people
Judging
intelligence
you?
assets.
Not do things overtly with our military and with U.S. policy and get things passed through Congress.
He will never
You have
fly.
a shadow organization.
Now, I won't go into it due to YouTube's ad regulations, but the end of this podcast had everyone saying that Lex is in the Mossad. I believe this to be true, not because I know of any links or proof that Lex is in the Mossad, but because it's the only explanation on why one of the most boring podcasters ever
Mossad.
gets to interview some of the most high-profile people on the entire planet. Also, recently, since the Trump and Elon falling out, Lex has said they need to do a podcast and solve their issues. So
why would you put this? Why would you do this?
Gets hurt in the divorce.
No.
Love is the answer, as some guy on some podcast once said.
Okay. Alex's hairline as awful as morals. They're old. It's misleading to say Alexis association with MIT is teaching a single class. Do you think Lex Friedman would benefit from having a coke addiction? Okay, maybe this is Beans' evolution of picture the audience naked. Don't worry, I don't need visuals for this, Akriel. Dregs. And the right will hate it. I don't think he... okay, I'm gonna be honest, I don't know that he cares. Like, I mean, I know that he cares in the sense that he is banning people. Maybe he is very petty and is deeply insecure and is worried about that. But I guess my point is that he shouldn't be worried because that's not the kind of thing that, like, brings you down these days, you know? Like, even if more people knew it, like, some people are just simply not going to give a shit, right? Here's a different funny bit of Tim Dillon about how people are justifying the war in Gaza. Okay, we will look at that. Wait, timestamp. Okay. It is the Jews! Lex has a good hairline. The fuck you talking about? I mean, he's definitely losing hair. He's starting to get the widow's peak, right? You don't need visuals of seeing the audience naked. Do chatters send you nudes? No! They don't. My chat does not send me nudes, okay? The worst thing that my chat has ever sent me are slurs, right? When we did the slur tier list. Yes, he does. Wait. We just wishy-washy about he's absolutely conservative, but he very much wants to frame it as though he's neutral. No, okay. I think what I mean is that, like, yeah, because here's the thing. I could be wrong about him not caring. I think more so it's like, why would you bother trying to silence these people? Because, you know, it doesn't matter. Like, if you have a base that's big enough that believes in you, either despite of or because they don't know about the thing, like, eventually when they do find out about your origins or whatever, some people are absolutely going to say, I don't care. He says the thing and he has the interview and he brings the person on and, like, whatever the fuck else, right? Like, they're not going to give a shit that he is, like, disingenuous about anything. Because they like his framing. They like his, like, whatever, his personality or the demeanor and whatever fucking else, right? I've sent you a couple things that you just reply, I do. That is true. That is true. We watching the Sri Lanka thing next, all the language on. We will do I guess I'll leave it up to no, I want to do the geography video today. I didn't get to do that last time. We are going to take a brief interlude to wait, hold on. How long is this Tim Dillon bit?
Of course. So it's odd to me that Miss Rachel is not figuring this out. She's like just looking at these kids and going, why do we keep killing these kids? And there's a good there's always a good reason for children being killed. Oh, literally always. And it bothers me when people make it simple. Like, people make it really simple, and it's like the world is not that simple. When I see a child being killed, the first thing I do is step back and take a moment. I take a moment and I think about history, and I think about the layers and the complexity, the ins and the outs, and that's what I do. Miss Rachel, this dumb bitch, by the way, she sees a kid being killed and is like, stop it, stop killing that kid. And I'm like, wait a minute, why don't you read a book? How about some study? When I see a kid being killed,
This is great.
Immediately open a book.
This is very Resi code.
And I begin to read the book, and I and I'll find the answer. I don't know where, chapter 3, maybe chapter 12, but I will keep reading the book. I do a lot of this when I see a kid being killed. I do a lot of this. I do a lot of, interesting. What is happening?
The conservative Resi?
What is this?
Well, no, he's okay. Wait, this is absolutely a bit, right? This is a bit.
So she is, understandably, ignorant of the need to.
This is great. No, you can tell. No, this is absolutely, you can tell. It says Miss Rachel's Hamas propaganda, guys. Is it Pepe?
Always we're not just running around killing kids unless it's a necessary thing to be done.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Right? I mean, duh. So this whack job, okay, to make some political point, I don't want to see politics when I'm watching a children's show.
Jesus.
Now, Miss Rachel is politicizing her children's show with Hamas propaganda.
Jesus.
Let's take a look. And by the way, this is not for the faint of heart.
Tim is a weird one. Like, sometimes it'll seem like he's getting close to figuring it out, but it'll turn out he's being meta-ironic. Is it where it's like you can't actually tell what his position is because he's got so many layers of irony or something? Is that what you mean by that? Also, why am I suddenly, like, why is this gray now? Did I fuck with the... Oh, what? Huh? Oh! Right. Okay. Sorry. Here, let's watch one more minute.
I'm telling you right now, I watched this. I was in disbelief at how sick it is. I was in literal disbelief. This is one of the sickest and most insane things I've seen in my life. This is an American mother engaging in Hamas propaganda with a member of Hamas.
Okay,
she brought
all right. We'll, I mean, I think I get the point. Okay, Tim Dillon was running defense for Trump over the Epstein stuff. Okay, I'm gonna have to look into this guy and, like, figure out who he is. It's safe? No, you're fine. You're fine.
Member
I'll watch
of Hamas on her show.
I just feel like it's gonna go, like, he's made his point about the kids, and it's gonna go into about the Rachel thing, which I don't really know anything about, right?
Let's take a look. See if we can get a little volume there.
See the bunny sleeping till it's nearly noon. Shall we wake them with a merry tune? They're so still, are they ill?
Disgusting.
Wake up soon. Let's pretend to sleep. Wake up, little bunnies! Skip, little bunny, skip, skip, skip. Skip, little bunny, skip, skip, skip. Skip, little bunny, skip, skip, skip. Skip, skip, then stop. Let's hop again. Hop, little bunnies, hop, hop, hop. Hop, little bunnies, hop, hop, hop.
This
Hop,
is
little bunnies,
Hamas
hop, hop,
propaganda. Let's stop this for a minute because this is insane.
She did a show with Palestinian kids and the right lost it. Oh, okay, that was the Palestinian kid. That's why he's saying Hamas. Okay, all right, I understand now. I was like, I don't know why I didn't make that connection. Tim Dillon has an interesting interview with Elle Reeve. She was the woman who interviewed Richard Spencer like 8 years ago. Where are you on the scale? Using the scale provided, please rate how much you like children. Oh God, this is a trap. This is a trap. I know a trap when I see one. Goodbye. And her message was we should have empathy. Okay, Dylan criticizes Trump policy without ever criticizing Trump himself. I can see how that would be problematic, but then also if that is the strategy to if that is the, like, I can see it. I can also see it as a legitimate strategy in, like, getting Trumpers to admit that they do like, you know, that they either like are actually critical of Trump's policies, you know, without going into the knee-jerk defense because they know that it's from Trump or whatever the fuck, right? I know a trap when I see one. Transphobic beans! Oh no. Alright, okay. He said, you just now found out about Tim Yeah, no, I have told Reservoir about this. He said, you just now found out about it, but yeah, I've missed out on this guy, okay? I don't know. Lachino 3000. I'm surprised no one on Twitch has talked about Trump wanting to invade Mexico and Latin America. Are you talking... I did not catch up on the news today. I did see something about the Mexican president saying something about U.S. armed forces not being welcome in the country, but I didn't realize it was linked to something that Trump actually said. What the fuck? He's planning invasion of Mexico? Bro, what is going on with this man? What? Oh no, wait, I know exactly what's going on, guys. Guys, I know exactly what's going on. He needs to take some heat off of the Epstein shit, okay? He needs to say something crazy so that everybody forgets that he raped kids, and that he's a pedophile, and that he helped in trafficking minors with his good buddy Jeffrey Epstein. Okay, this is all smoke and mirrors, guys. Don't worry. Okay, Mexico, who knows? He'll call it off tomorrow. Adolf Diddler. Not just Mexico, all of Latin America? What the fuck, bro? No, see, this is how you... Oh, I'm sorry. This is how you know it's just a thing he's saying to get everybody talking about something else. Like, this is how you know. As soon as it becomes something completely outrageous, people then focus on, like, the outrageousness of it, and he'll double down. Like, you know, the Canada thing, too, is... I honestly feel like, you know, maybe he had some long-standing plan to actually take over Canada, but I really do think he's just using that, like, the fact that people focused on it and went in on it, he's just using it to double down, and then at some point he, like, convinces himself, like, no, I really do actually want to take Canada over, right? Because even if he doesn't, whether or not he actually wants it is irrelevant. The fact is that it's providing cover for whatever else is happening at the time. Because, like, look at whatever else was happening at the time. Whenever he says something outrageous, all you have to do is look at what is actually happening with his administration, like with Doge, or with the agencies, or like the courts. Look at, like, that's what you have to do whenever you hear him talking about something completely nutto, is look at what is happening elsewhere, because guaranteed there's something that they don't want you talking about, right? Carney's tired of his shit? Yeah. We shall fight to the every last man, woman, and moose. The three genders. True, Testy. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, not that I'm disbelieving what he says. I am gonna take him seriously when he says shit like that, because I know of his propensity to double down. But also, like, keep in mind, a lot of what is coming out right now is 100% intended to, like, cover up something else. Like, why are they talking about bringing the FBI in to arrest those Texan Democrats, right? Like, nobody's actually talking about the fact that, or at least the people who are talking about, you know, oh, where are they hiding? Oh, they're using the FBI? They're using the FBI? And, like, it just means that people start to focus on that, and you start to see headlines that talk about, like, how Democrats are abandoning or they've fled the state, and, like, they're abdicating their duty and all that shit. And it's all just, like, you know, if they say enough of those words, then what happens is you kind of don't really think about the part where the Texan, like, they're trying to redistrict, like, they're trying to redistrict Texas, so that they can get more Texan like House representatives in there. And it's not, this is not the time for that. You are not supposed to do that, like, whatever. Apparently, you're supposed to do that every once in 10 years or some shit. It's not the time for that. And what you'll never hear is that, like, that the Democrats are perfectly, like, yes, they're breaking quorum, right? But Mike Johnson literally, like, dismissed the Senate so that they couldn't hold a vote. So it's okay if he does that. It's alright if he does that. Apparently, I found out today that, like, the conservatives in Oregon did the exact same shit with the quorum thing, like, to prevent votes from being held. So it's okay if, like, they do that, but not when Democrats do it. It's they're fleeing the state. We need the FBI to bring them back. Let's talk about all the fines that they're going to have to face and how they could be arrested and all that shit, right? To be fair, the recent kerfluffle isn't about something Trump publicly said. It's over a New York Times report which reports that he secretly signed a directive to the Pentagon to begin using military force against certain Latin American drug cartels. Okay, interesting. Wait, but does that mean that it gives them... It means that he gives them, like, essentially, like, he's giving them permission to enter Mexico to enforce this? Doug Ford is a PS, it's a politician, but I appreciate his comments. He's the most vocal against Trump. He's... When Doug Ford looks good, you know, in the face of Trump. Like, when something that Doug Ford says looks good, that's crazy. Did you see that the Illinois governor is protecting them from the FBI and now he issued an order to local police? I know that they've been, what have they been sheltering in, like, Chicago? I have heard that, I've heard that they've got, like, safe harbor in places, but I didn't know about that. The stupid thing is Mexico is the #1 economic partner. US-based companies are in Mexico. He's not. Well, Lucino, look, okay, if Trump did things, look, Trump is not, he's not doing things, he's not really doing things logically. I don't think so, right? Doe Ford and the progressive conservatives are annoyed with reformed conservatives or their lack of vocal opposition to Trump's bullshit. Mudbear raid. Ooh, we got a raid on YouTube. I don't know how you see that, but I appreciate it anyway. Thank you, Mudbear. Mudbear. I get it. Hey, Rezi. Yo, good morning. Or good afternoon, Rezi. Good morning or afternoon, Dad. Welcome in, everybody. Razistan. We're just chilling. We're doing some React. We're doing some art, you know. Danielle Smith can suck a dick, though. Isn't she the person who basically said, like, I'm okay with annexation? But yeah, we're chilling out. So, if you're all on Twitch, you can click on that link and be counted as part of the viewers because Twitch is garbage and doesn't count raiders. You know, so thank you. I appreciate it. And thank you for the follow, Left Turn. Go check out Dad. He's being shouted out currently. Okay. Let me see. Oh, Chino, thank you for the follow as well. I appreciate that. You can do any operation in a foreign country just because you want to. You can't do, I'm assuming. She ran a referendum to separate Alberta from Canada. Okay. Okay. Wait, did that go anywhere? Did that go anywhere? Okay, hold on. Let me just load up the next thing while I'm yapping. I mean, it's illegal for Trump to do that, Artemis, but like he's still gonna try to do it anyway, right? Like that's or the fact that he tried, like we already know that this is his modus operandi. He just like has a thought, he tries it out regardless of the legality. And if he breaks something, it's good because it just it's beneficial to him if he breaks something in the meantime, right? Like, we're not even at the point where it's been decided by the court that the dismantling of like USAID was illegal, but it doesn't matter because even if they deem that that was illegal, who cares? It's already gone. It literally does not matter if they rule that it was illegal. Right? I'm in the green room? Okay. Okay. Here, let me pull in our good friend Parse. Hello, hello.
Howdy.
Howdy, howdy.
How do I sound? Good?
Pretty good, yeah.
Okay, good. Good. So I'll just briefly explain this. So when Carney got elected, Albertans were, to say the least, very mad. And the conservatives there were keep running their mouths about doing a referendum to separate Alberta from Canada. Now, the most support it has is 30% of the Albertan population. And
how much would it actually? They would need a majority, though, right? Like
they would need a majority.
Okay.
But no, it gets even better. It gets even better. So among that 30%, half of them want Alberta to be completely independent as its own country. The other half wants to be annexed by the United States. In either case, they just lose. Because if they get annexed by the United States, Texas exists that will outcompete them when it comes to their oil, which is their really main outsource.
Are they?
And if they just separate,
yeah. Oh no, go ahead. Sorry. Go ahead.
If they separate from Canada, they don't have the U.S.'s ports, and they're functionally just landlocked completely.
Oh no, okay. Hold on a second. You know that. Oh my God, what is that? Hold on, I just want to look this up real quick before I dox myself. But like that point on Google, on the map where it's like it's part of America, but it's blocked off. It's like oh my God.
It's between like Washington and British Columbia.
Yeah. Hold on,
It's like a little peninsula. Yeah.
Yeah, hold on. Let me find it. Oh. It's something point. Ah, here we go.
Yeah. The whole point.
Point Roberts. Yeah, okay, go ahead. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Point Roberts. Yeah, exactly. And these tensions between Canada and America is actually making life worse for the people there because they have to cross the border and come to like Washington, and then cross the border back to go to home. I would imagine they might have a ferry service, but I'm not sure. Right?
Mm-hmm. I mean, they would have to. They would have to. There's no way. Otherwise.
Exactly. Now, Albertans, in large part, oppose secession. Like, the rest are like, this is silly, this is ridiculous, this is stupid. Like, if we become independent, we become part of the United States, we're just going to be completely disadvantaged because the other states are clearly superior, economically speaking. And then if we're just independent, we literally have nothing because Trump is around, so they're not going to be acting favorably to an independent country, not part of the U.S., and Canada is not gonna do them any favors because they just separated from them. So,
do you know if they have like, okay, apart from that, do you know if they actually have like essentially the do you know if they have like the resources to actually be an independent? You know how like if you're to be an independent country, you should be able to if I'm understanding it correctly, like you're supposed to be able to provide for the country. I could be wrong in how I'm phrasing it, but
they need
infrastructure
to export. They need to do their exports, and as I said, they would be landlocked, so they'll be at the mercy of whoever has a port in the sea.
Right.
Or they could join the United States, which again will under Trump at least is not going to be a favorable outcome for them.
I mean, actually, would it? I'm okay. Wait, not under Trump, but like, they'd probably be better as incorporated than as independent, though, right? I feel like that might be true.
No. Independent is probably the dumbest route they could go.
Right. Okay. I mean, I know Trump would not service them well for sure.
Yeah.
But
Exactly.
But I think they would probably be worse. Okay, hold on, give me a second. But you can keep yapping. Actually, hold on. To answer can you answer this question? Why did it this happened like recently, right? Like, why didn't I hear anything about this?
They were yapping about it so much that we're threatening it. Daniel Smith was the premier of Alberta, was spearheading this campaign of going on a referendum. You know, she was making all these threats, and that has caused the split between the conservatives, the progressive conservatives in the east, and the reform conservatives in like the prairies. And they're not butting heads, where the progressive conservatives are now cozying up to the liberals due to reform being so milquetoast.
Wait, okay, so hold on, because hold on a second. So that means I did hear about I heard about her comments. I just didn't realize, I guess, that it was linked to an actual cessation referendum.
She was threatening. I don't know if they ever went through with it, but she was threatening it so much until it finally died down. It's just 30% of the people there are just insane, like Maple MAGA type shit.
Listen,
and,
we gotta get CC in here to answer for the crimes, okay, of his people.
He's from Edmonton, and people from Edmonton and Calgary are like not insane. It's usually they're like super rural people.
Wait, hold on, no, I thought CC was in Alberta.
Yeah, Alberta, Edmonton.
Oh, okay,
City.
I'm fucking dumb. I don't know why. Hold on. Okay, hold on. Give me a second. I thought that Edmonton was
one of the provinces.
No, I thought that Edmonton was in BC. No.
We're thinking of Vancouver and Victoria.
Okay, yeah, okay. Mistaken. Geography fail. Yeah, I'm fucking dumb. Exactly.
Yeah, it's just the rural Albertans, very similar to Texas, are unhinged, and they talk, and of course MAGA talking points go well with them. But as I said, half of them, so 30% support independent or separating from Canada. Half of that 30% wants America, and the other half wants to be independent. So,
listen, America tier of geography. Yes, I lived in Canada. I lived in Ontario. I didn't go to I went to like 2 other provinces, like one time each. Okay. So I am, and I'm bad at geography in general. There you go. Which is not an excuse in any way.
Can't confirm. But yeah, no, definitely get CC. We definitely would want an Albertan's view on it.
Yeah.
But as I said, this has caused a massive schism between the two conservatives, and as I said,
is that good?
Progressive conservatives are cozying up to Carney now.
Is that good? I can't tell if that's good.
That is good
for Canadians, to be clear.
Yeah, for Canadians, yeah, because progressive conservatives, that's Doug Ford's people.
Okay.
And reform conservatives in the prairies, that's Poilievre's people.
Right.
The one that lost his seat during the election.
God, what a fucking L that was. That was so good.
That is an L. I have in the new place that he's running. I think it's somewhere in rural Alberta where it's like a very safe conservative seat. The people there are not happy. And they're saying, why do we have a career politician representing us? He doesn't know this area. What the fuck is going on?
Jesus, that's.
And if
go ahead.
I was gonna say, if he loses there, I'll be deceased from laughter.
Well, okay.
Unlikely, but if he does.
No, okay, no, wait, no. You did say he was running. He's running again or some shit like that, right?
He's running a by-election in a seat that another conservative graciously stepped down to allow him to.
That's nice. I'm sure that has nothing to do with, like, I'm sure he didn't ask that or anything.
Well, yeah. I mean, he is still party leader without a seat in parliament. and
which is comical in and of itself. To be
which
sure.
is comical which is comical in and of itself, mainly because also conservatives were, when Trudeau stepped down, Carney was in a very similar position, and they were bitching about Carney then. So,
Yeah, but like that's more. I mean, but that's understandable. That's understandable why he. I mean, that's kind of that's a little bit more understandable, right?
Sure, I guess.
No, I mean in the sense that like because it's not like Carney. I mean, I guess it's. I guess in the sense that like. I mean, Carney's just kind of like second in line kind of dude, right? So would it make sense? Would it have made sense for him to have a seat before he became like went next in line kind of deal? Sorry, does that make sense?
I mean, the party could run whoever their members. Ideally, you would want them to have a seat.
Okay.
But they saw him as like a capable, bureaucrat, a leader within the party, so they went with him.
Right.
After Trudeau stepped in. And it seems like it was a good decision on there. And then at the end of the day, he won in his election. So
I'm skeptical of Carney myself. I've always voted NDP, but NDP got gutted and lost party status, so they're probably fucked for the foreseeable future. Yeah, I think from what I understand, I hadn't like I didn't have like a particular stance myself. Like I don't know if I'd ever picked like a party to back, right? I didn't know. I think Mr. Beans might have been an NDP person. But I think he was actually one of the people planning to vote conservative, I think, until all of the shit happened with Trump. And then the turnaround like converted a lot of people. So that's one good thing that Trump did, right?
Yeah. The only like concerning thing that I am seeing is just the anti-American sentiment growing.
Yeah. Which is going to be good for Canada, honestly.
My thing is like it's not limited to just Trump. Yeah. It is like it's unfortunate, like a broad view of Americans, which I don't think is good. I don't think it does us any good to be that close-minded of it. But I understand why it is the way it is.
No, I get it too. I get that too. Also, welcome in Geriatric. I've been working in the oil business in Alberta for 30 plus years. The reclamation process is nothing short of amazing. The reclamation process? And I know of no Albertans that want separation. I mean, I'm sure that this is like one of those loud minority things, right?
Yeah. As I said, it's somewhere between 25 to 30%. And even as I said, they're divided on how to separate.
Right. It just seems poor. I mean, honestly, it just seems poorly thought out.
Do you think?
Well, but yeah, I guess it is like they're trying. I mean, they're trying to use the momentum of whatever is convenient. It's just that they haven't had enough time to actually think about things, and even if like they had the time, like I don't know how to explain. Okay, this sounds like a really stupid terminally online example, but like whenever Reddit went through its API shit, right? Basically, if people don't know, Reddit was like started to charge like for third-party API usage essentially, and it caused something of a API apocalypse. I don't know how to say that, but like basically a lot of people like left Reddit. They like destroyed their comment histories on the way out, all of that shit, right? And in the end, it's not that anything really happened, but that was probably the biggest push for somebody to for an exodus of Reddit, except that there was no established alternative site for everybody to kind of flock to. So it wasn't even the exodus from Reddit wasn't even as successful as I would say Blue Sky is. And even Blue Sky hasn't replaced Twitter, right? Like Blue Sky isn't where everybody's at. Like people still have a Twitter and they have Blue Sky.
I think one of the mistakes people make is that they are looking for like an overnight success of something like that.
Yeah.
Where that's not really going to happen, just because Twitter is so well established.
Yeah.
But Blue Sky existing for a long period of time and being successful on its own, that could open the door to an exodus later down in the future.
No, I agree. I guess my point is that like if you don't even have like if you don't even have an example of an app that whenever the Reddit news was breaking, right? And people are like, where can we go? If you don't even have an example, like a ready-made example or like something that already exists, if you can't like spread that around like wildfire and shit, so that this platform that already exists, just like people aren't going to move over, right? Because you'd be asking them to move over to an experimental site or one that has like a lot of workarounds.
Or one that they don't have a lot of karma.
Yeah, sure, right. Like they don't have like the features that they want. It like the various things that people suggested in place of Reddit never really took off. And so essentially like it didn't really like take off the ground as a single movement. And that's what but the problem is that the actual catalyst for that kind of exodus, like that happened when essentially they weren't ready with an alternative. And I think that it's somewhat analogous in that, like, you know, even if you have people who have that, like, secessionist mindset, they just tried to use this, like, the whole Trump momentum. They try to use that momentum, but, like, nobody's really buying it because it's not a good enough idea to get, like, people who are more reasonable on board, right? Does that make sense?
Well, that does make sense, but there's the addition of... you know, it's taboo to be like that because people will give you dirty looks or you look at you sideways if you act like a Trumpist, right? I'm not saying they still don't exist and they're still loudmouth, but they are, but it's just not as acceptable now as it was before.
Well, I at that point in time, yes. But no, I guess my point is that, like, the problem is... And I think that Canada... I don't think Canada is completely out of the weeds with this one. I can absolutely see...
Oh, of course not.
I can absolutely see, like, a Trumpist movement taking off in Canada because there are already existing, like, Canada MAGA, like, maggots, right?
Yes, however, the voting block for them is like 1%. That's the PPC.
Yeah.
And among reform conservatives, they pay lip service to it. But, you know, the further they go in, the more they isolate themselves. And progressive conservatives win out. And that divide is going to have them lose eternally if they keep going in that direction. And I think they know that. That's why I'm saying the actual voting base that is Maple MAGA is 1% or less.
Maple MAGA, right.
Yeah, Maple MAGA.
It's difficult to explain just how strong anti-Trump or America sentiment is right now. Okay, hold on. Let me try to rephrase this in a different way, okay? Because the way that Trump is dismantling America, like America, particularly in his second term, he's not doing this off of like personality alone, right? Like this has been set up for years and years. Like the Heritage Foundation has been working very, very hard for years, like decades, right? To get us to the point where all you would need is a populist person who has enough like balls to start breaking things and saying, okay, I'm doing this now, so what, right? Like all Trump is doing is he's being the useful puppet. My point is, because there are undoubtedly people who take away lessons from Trump, right? I'm saying, like, do you think that there is, like, I understand that the anti-Trump sentiment is strong right now, but do you think that, like, would you not see that there is still a danger of that kind of thinking, like, entering Canada somehow? Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, of course. It has already entered. It's just not that wide. And as I said, Trump with his
Also,
mannerisms is
Testy,
pushing
you're welcome.
pushing them down.
You can jump in the green room, buddy. You
Yeah,
don't have to.
fair
You don't
enough.
have to. But if somebody wants to get in on this, you don't have to ask. You can just join the green room in the Discord.
Yeah, no. Obviously, the risk will always be there, but it's just lessened now. Not that we're fighting back on it. The only problem now is what will Trump do to us, which at the moment is tariffs,
Right.
and hopefully we'll just stop at that. I have my doubts, but
Testy,
I
I always
think
have
we
to. I always have to censor you, Testy. Jesus.
Yeah, sorry. I should change my profile.
No,
picture.
you're fine.
No, well, you know this as well, Beans, because you lived in Canada for a while, and Parcel, should agree with this, but part of Canadian politics, I feel like we try to define ourselves by how not like America we are.
Sure.
Like, for better or worse, it's like just embedded in how we conduct ourselves. So I agree that my worry about the anti-American, anti-Trump, absolutely, but just the broader anti-American sentiment that's kind of growing is, I think there is a real fear from my end that it will lead to some sort of like a populist type of uprising where it's just rhetoric, where politicians will start campaigning, and this election highlighted it, but if somebody centered their campaign basically about being tough on America, right, or standing up for Canadian workers, and Carney's leaned into that a little bit, I think out of necessity, but I think that is absolutely a concern. In terms of the route, I don't think we'll ever have I don't think there'll ever be quite like a 1-to-1. Like Pierre, he campaigned for like a year and a half. Like the Conservatives' lead was insane.
No, I know. I mean, okay. To be honest, I remember because Pars is my Canadian correspondent on this for the most part, right?
Right.
And I remember he
fair
was
enough.
very he was so confident that the Conservatives had this in the bag, essentially.
Oh yeah,
right?
I was dejected. Like the polling was insane.
Yeah.
I think they were up by like fucking 30 points or something at one point.
Yeah, they were looking at a majority, like a landslide we've probably never
landslide,
seen before.
yeah.
And the Liberals becoming a minority, like to the point that the NDP is like now, which was
but
which was insane.
unprecedented.
No, but that's not my question though. I'm not asking, because here's the thing, is that I don't think even America is going to have a very hard time finding somebody who is exactly like Trump, who is as crazy, as charismatic, whether you like the man or not. He does speak on a charisma level to a lot of people in this country. So that is a factor. That's a factor. His brazenness is a factor. His absolute, his fucking empty-headedness is, his usefulness as a puppet for somebody to, shove their hand up his asshole and use him. That's a huge factor. And just, but my question is not like that. That's not my question. My question is the actual steps that was still needed for Trump to be as successful as he is during this administration. That took years, right? That structure, that movement took a long time. And it started out with people like Nixon, for example, wanting to abolish the postal service because he didn't like that it is an independent agency that provides a guaranteed mail service to all Americans, right? He didn't like that. The whole Fox News, the creation of things like Fox News and stuff, it came out of after Nixon got impeached, right? So my thing is, what do you think of the danger of that kind of thinking being imported, a more long-term strategy? That's what I mean.
Yeah.
Because it's not necessarily MAGA that I'm thinking about so much.
I hear you.
Yeah.
A slow erosion or a slow shift in the direction.
Right.
It's certainly possible. I think it's impossible to kind of think that far ahead because it feels like we're in a little bit of survival mode right now. We're very reactive, right? Because
Because
all
well,
we can do is react to what the U.S. is doing.
Sure.
Yeah,
We're
because
sort of always on the back foot.
Yeah, because like we're extremely reliant on the U.S. and they economically have us by the balls in many areas, and
Sure.
then we have ways to retaliate, but it will never be like as much as they can do damage to us.
Yeah.
So the survival mode is real, and as I said, like him being disingenuous with his negotiations with Carney indicates that he's actually not memeing, like, as many people thought about the 51st state. I think, and many people are waking up to the fact that he might actually be serious about it.
Sure.
So we're reacting that way.
So that's just as a snapshot of the current political climate. I think it's always a concern, like especially in the future. Like Canada has had its ebb and flows of like these movements. So like I mean the example I kind of go to sometimes is like the trucker protests, because that was like heavily co-opted by US politicians and US media. And if you look at domestic polling, like I saw a poll. I can track all these down because I had argued with people at the time, but like the majority of people polled actually supported sending in the military to break up the protests.
Oh shit.
Like,
Okay.
the largest trucking union in Canada disavowed like the protests. Like it was so extremely unpopular, even freezing their bank accounts, which I have a problem with on just like a principled level. There were mitigating factors and a bunch of other shit that had happened, like there were death threats that were made to RCMP officers and all this stuff, but that even went through the courts and was determined to be like in violation of our charter. Like Trudeau, that's still making its way through the courts. Like that was a unconstitutional quote unquote thing that he did. So I feel like the perception a lot of the time is that these movements seem a lot stronger or more fervent because they get co-opted. So anytime, or even these fucking Twitter accounts now, and I know that they're bot accounts. I make sure not to interact with them, but like the quote unquote Maple MAGA I see on Twitter, it's like these don't feel like they can be real people. Like some of them obviously are. I don't want to just throw them out, but yeah, there are absolutely people who hold these sentiments and these attitudes. So I think long term that is a concern for sure, but
I mean,
I just don't know exactly how that's going to manifest.
I think when I say that it's going to be a concern, more so what I am thinking about is not the people taking away like the MAGA strategy so much as them taking away the Heritage Foundation strategies. Like, okay, like
a roadmap, like a 20-year plan.
Exactly.
Like, okay,
this is how we're gonna do this. We're gonna start like bot farms to start spreading this idea that like, you know, we need to that's really what I mean, is things like that. Because to be honest, they'd be stupid if they didn't look at what the Heritage Foundation, like at this point the Heritage Foundation they're getting everything that they ever wanted, right?
There's one key difference is that the Democrats, they have wonderful policies. Like Biden as a president was a good president. However, when it comes to fighting back, they are pretty limp. The liberals in Canada are not that at all. They're actually pretty aggressive. And they will like take down conservatives if they like veer very far, as it happened with Poilievre, right?
I guess
I'm confident that they will fight back.
Yeah, the one thing I'll mention, in the US, it's unique because politicians can basically say whatever the fuck they want, right? Like there's dissent allowed within the party. In Canada, if you were to not vote along party lines, like there's a liberal vote, or a vote that's being put and say like everyone in the liberal party, and there's one person who decides to like vote against it, they can kick you out of the party. Like that would probably make national headlines that you went against the party. Things are so lock in step, and I think that, you know, this applies to some other countries. I hope, this is definitely biased because I live within the system, I think that having multiple parties also shields us a little bit from one party being able to sort of assert itself in that way.
Yeah, that's fair.
It does allow for like a little bit of wiggle room where at times, even if it's not an official coalition, like you will have to compromise or you'll have to sort of bend the knee to get what you want.
Yeah.
So I think those two things combined do insulate us a little bit from that type of movement directly, but
No, that makes
yeah.
no. I think you're right. Like that is something that like the fact that y'all have to have a y'all have to have a coalition in order for stuff to get done.
Yeah, like a
right.
majority is extremely rare. Like 9 times out of 10, you're going to need support or make some sort of deal or something, like
Right.
forced compromise, right? Which in the US, like,
That doesn't
you're
need to
so
happen.
split 50-50. Yeah, like you can just control a complete branch of government, or not branch, but like, a Congress or Senate or whatever it might be. And yeah, they can just strong arm certain legislation. So, but yeah, it's always in the back of my mind. Like, I feel like,
but there is one other addition that Canadians aren't as factionalized as the U.S. is, where the Republicans just view Democrats as an enemy, and really the only type of rhetoric I've really seen used like that is Pierre Poilievre and Danielle Smith.
Yeah.
Yeah, like they only like reform conservatives do that. Not even like the other half of the conservatives in Ontario and Quebec, right?
Wait. Sorry. You said
sorry,
you
go
wait.
ahead.
Could you say that again? Only reform conservatives do what?
Only reform conservatives are acting like the liberals are the enemy in Canada.
Right. Okay.
Like they're not saying okay. They're like, for example, I believe Shapiro was doing an interview with Stephen Harper.
Yeah.
And he was trying to goad him to shit talk Trudeau, and he's like, I disagree with the direction he's taking the country, but I have respect for him. Like, we just have disagreements. Like,
right.
I'm not here to bash him.
Yeah.
Like that.
Yeah.
Well, Poilievre would go that low, and as I said, that's like the only group of conservatives I've seen do anything like that. That's really
Right.
the main difference. That's why it is a worry, just not a worry for right now.
Yeah,
Yeah.
And just more on a vibes thing, I'll say real quick. Rabid Wombat, he comes in and out. He's a conservative voter, and like the temperature is just not nearly as high. Like, he knows I'm NDP, which is like the left-leaning, like left of the
Sure,
liberals.
yeah.
He's basically a communist.
You're basically
You're
no.
basically-
I know
one
enough
step
of I know enough of the NDP. I know
you
they're
know what I'm
very
saying.
lefty.
But
Yeah.
upcoming to the election, Rabbit and I would have conversations back and forth, and it never felt like it was an ugly conversation. Like, we were able to both agree, like, well, ultimately we kind of want what's best for Canada. Like,
Right.
the temperature just doesn't feel to the level of where we're dehumanized. Or as Par said, like, yeah, there is that movement has arisen, but it could grow, but at the moment it's a very select few
Okay.
trying to like play the Trump book, or take it out of the Trump playbook, I should say.
No, but this is my problem though, is that while I'm confident that like Canadians will like resist, they are resisting Trump because because they're resisting the Trump rhetoric because their identity as generally speaking, their identity as a Canadian is being attacked, right? And because it on every face of it, what Trump is suggesting is not beneficial for any Canadian, no matter what they are, right? But that's not to say that those individual tactics themselves wouldn't become used in the future, decoupled from Trump. That's what my point is,
No, I totally agree. Like, my biggest concerns are Facebook and Twitter.
Mhm.
Like, there was some that, I think Twitter is like the number one news source or news app or something in Canada. Like, I saw Elon had tweeted about it for a while. He's doing that for different countries, but that alone is a legitimate concern. And I know it's like in the US they have big First Amendment stuff, but like, I would actually not cry if Twitter ended up getting either restricted or banned. Like,
in Canada?
the level
Yeah.
of because that's the type of infiltration I worry about, is like these bot farms and this disinformation machines.
Yeah,
And
of
we
course.
have had issues with China directly with candles, where we have investigations and proof that they have interfered with I can't remember his name now, but this particular MP that we had, and we don't know to what extent. So there are bad actors that are trying to like influence our elections, and we're aware of that. So I don't think anyone is immune to like the machine in that way. But that's more where I worry less about like a single charismatic person that may arise, but that slow erosion over time, I'm like fearful of, and same with a lot of Europe, I think. But yeah,
Yeah, and by the way, I mean, if Trump single-handedly could get the Quebecese to sing the Canadian national anthem in English in
Yeah.
a stadium in Montreal or Quebec City, I think at the moment we're doing fine in terms of any sort of division like that.
No. I mean, okay, yes, I do know about that. I do think that was very funny, right? But I think I just think that like what is working for Canada right now could very well be the thing that like is used against it in the future. You know what I mean?
It will probably will, but we will have to cross that bridge when we get there, because we can't.
Well, no. That's okay. That's what I mean is that I think that Canadians in general do need to, okay, because it's not going to just okay. This maybe this is my overall point, right? By the time that the populist rhetoric actually starts becoming more than just fluff and like substance, right? Once it actually results in like policy changes or like lasting, shit, that's when you know that like the underlying guardrails had been eroded too much to the point where like, and you didn't know.
Yeah.
So what I'm trying to say is that Canada needs to like figure out what those guardrails are that could be attacked in the future, because the populist rhetoric is like, I feel like the populist rhetoric is like not the last thing to be implemented, but like that's the thing that actually pushes you over the line in terms of like
if I recall, the safeguards that you are talking about, I believe NDP is actively trying to push for those.
Yeah.
Something like that. But as I said, I get your criticism, and I get like that is a worry. As I said, at the moment.
At the moment, I don't think it's a worry. No, I do think at the moment it's not a worry, but also I think that like I mean look at us. We got Biden in, and then a lot of us, me included, by the way, right? Oh, sorry, hold on. Me included. I just kind of sat back and was like, okay, yeah, no, we're safe. You know what I mean? When really like that shouldn't.
That sigh of relief, like oh, okay, we did it.
We did it, right? I mean, to the point where I was genuinely blindsided. Like, I mean, I know that there were issues with this like most recent election, like as though there were huge issues with the recent election cycle, but like I was so convinced that like because we had elected Biden after Trump, that it meant that Trump wouldn't be able to get reelected. You know what I mean?
Like okay, this is gonna die out. Like it'll slow down. Like we're back to some normalcy.
Right.
I mean, and that intuitively, I would probably have the same like reaction, right? I'd be like, oh, thank God we dodged that bullet. And then
just get back to normal, right? That's exactly what I mean. Is like, and I think maybe was it Maddie or was it Orion or
it was Orion in the call with us during election day that he was distraught as well.
Yeah, and now I think that he was like a little tempered afterwards, but he was still worried that like the. What was he worried about at the time? I think he was worried that like that they would have the coalition with the Quebecois.
I'm not gonna. With the Canadian election, he was worried that the Quebecois would take advantage of the situation to build coalitions with the Liberals to give a lot of the past legislation.
Yeah.
And the Quebecois obviously only care about Quebec, so they'll happily take from the rest of Canada to provide for them.
Yeah,
they're a fucking lump. But
here's the last thing. Here's the last thing I will say is that hopefully you will get to have an election by the time we get to the midterms or the national.
Sure.
And if you do, hopefully it will be a fair one and not rigged.
Sure.
Let's just say.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I'm assuming by the time he would be immune and has his third term, fourth term, or however long else he's alive for, I think by that point, then it would be a worry, at least for us in Canada. Because then at that point, we'll have a Germany-Poland situation from the 1930s.
Oh, no.
Late 1930s. Yeah. If he is, I would worry that would be a problem for us.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I said all I wanted to say. I do appreciate you letting me come on to yap about Canadian politics
Oh,
because
sure.
it feels
Why-
like
why not?
something that just like it's
yeah.
just it's more of a meme, but it's just like it gets pushed to the side so often. It's like it's such, I don't even bring it up because it's like it's such a select people who are even interested
Oh
in the
no,
conversation.
I'm
it's nice
I'm
just to ramble about it for a bit.
I'm always very interested because, like, I mean, I didn't know nearly as much about the Canadian election as I should have, you know. So, it was nice to see what was like how it played out, right? But it's good to learn these things. But yeah, and then look, like we're getting like the random we're getting like Canadian like people just like trickling in because of it. Hey, Joe X, welcome in.
Yeah. All right. Well, thank you for having me on.
Yeah.
I'm happy to yap about Canada or Iran, whichever. So I'll be in chat now.
Alrighty.
As will I. Yes.
See ya.
All right.
K just like dipped. He came in, he saw everyone was leaving, he fucking dipped. Okay, but hold on a second. Yo, hey, Joe X, thank you so much for the primer. I really appreciate that. Look at that. Look at that. Like a follow and then a primer right the hell away. Look, hey, enjoy the emotes, okay? Didn't realize you were live. That's totally fine. We were yapping about Canada. Welcome in, Leonard. Why do I have you doubled? But welcome in.
I don't know.
It's because I
just
have...
felt.
Yeah, go ahead.
I was just gonna say I jumped in because I felt left out. There were all these people in BC.
Yeah, I see they all fucking left though.
They did. They all left. Yeah, immediately. So I kind of was a little slow to the jump there. I had to go get myself an iced coffee.
Well, enjoy your iced coffee. I hope it's good. I want some iced coffee now.
What are we fighting about today? What are we? I know you were talking about Canadian politics just now, but I don't know anything about that really, other than that.
Nope. So okay, so basically, I'll give you the rundown, and also for people who kind of missed all of the Canadian yapping that we were doing. Okay, so basically, what I was saying was that so right now, the like Canadians are kind of okay in the sense that like Trump managed to secure a huge conservative L for them, right? Like they were on track to like win in a landslide essentially, but because of Trump's like fucking annexation thing, essentially,
and the tariffs, I imagine.
Yeah, and the threat of tariffs, yes, that's huge. Like we are on a huge the Canadians are on a huge anti-America arc right now, which is good for them and will be good for them in the long run, even if they have like short-term struggles, right? Like they are going to struggle quite a bit while they like set up their like alternative trading partners and all that, right?
Yeah.
And we were talking about how Alberta actually had like a bit of a secessionist movement for a second there, because the who is Danielle Steele exactly? Like, who is she? I'm finding.
Is that a question for me or
no. I'm wait, it's Danielle Steele, right? Or is it what? Why am I? No, this is the fucking novelist. What's her? Danielle Smith. I'm thinking of the fucking. Okay, sorry. Yeah, Danielle Smith.
I don't know who that is either.
She's the premier. She's the premier of Alberta. Okay. She's like, yeah.
Is that like a governor?
Yes. I think that's the equivalent. Could be wrong. Somebody check me if that is.
That's what it sounds like to me. The premier. You know, I feel like that it's not a.
Yeah.
I don't know, House of Lords seat or whatever it is that you all do. You had the English like colonial legal structure. Do y'all still do House of Lords, House of Commons type shit? Do you have a House of Reps? Like, how does that
Parse,
work
you
over there?
You need to get back in the call, Parse. But like, okay, so and like, okay, while we're waiting on Parse so that he can explain that.
You have House of Commons? Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Hello.
Welcome back.
Just very quickly. So we have a House of Commons, we have a Senate, we have the Parliament, and then we have the Governor General that represents the monarch of the British Crown.
Hold on. You have all three. You have three different legislative bodies. You have the Parliament, the Senate, and the House of Commons.
So yeah. So the thing is, Not the Senate isn't really as powerful as the United States Senate is.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so there are those intricacies that need to be fixed. But essentially, they pass legislations. Senate looks at it, the Parliament votes on it, and then like it gets the royal assent either from the monarch himself, King Charles in the UK, or by the Governor General in Canada. Law passes, and yeah, that's
Okay, so what is the House of Commons role in this? Where do they come in?
They, again, I'm not an expert on exactly what they do. Like, I'm not like, this is just my layman's view on it.
No, that's cool. Yeah, I'm just trying to imagine it as compared to American democracy. Like, are they kind of the House of Representatives equivalent? Are they like a lower but bigger body with lots of members? Like, what?
The part that I know, I need someone that is like looks into this further to really tell you on how they pass legislation. I know we have these institutions on what they do. I know MPs discuss bills, and vote on it. Oh, as Testy said, that's where they discuss, start, and then Senate looks at it, Parliament votes on it, royal assent, wham bam done.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, one mistake people commonly make is that they think the prime minister is similar to a president. Even though technically we do have executive orders, the prime minister isn't exactly as powerful as a president.
Right. Yeah. The president has. We have insane power in the unitary executive over here that other parliamentary systems especially do not have with their executive figures.
Yeah. Exactly. So what you're really voting for, for example, with Mark Carney, you're not voting for Mark Carney per se, aside from the people in Ottawa in his writing. Yeah. You're voting for the Liberal Party, and they elect their leaders or choose their leaders, according to whatever.
Because they could always no confidence that guy and replace him with a different person in the party.
Yes, kind of, right?
Yeah.
That's the thing. They kind of can't vote him out per se. They can internally pressure him to step down,
which is what happened to Trudeau,
right? That was one of the problems with Liberals and Trudeau, is that they don't have once he's on, it is a little bit difficult to get him out.
Is that one of the big quirky differences between Canadian parliamentary system and other European parliamentary systems? Because I know in a lot of the European parliamentary systems, they have a lot of no confidence votes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean they could do a show of it, but really there's not much you can do to change the party leader once he's on, unless you internally pressure him to step down and say, hey, you will run this party into the ground if you continue staying, or we will switch parties. They can make threats like that, but they can't vote on them necessarily to get out.
And that party switching pressure is bigger in those other places because there's multiple parties or more than two parties that have more than 10% of the influence actually exist.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And they more right-wing liberals would be all right, I'll join the progressive conservatives, or the more left-leaning ones are all right, I'll join the NDP then, fuck you.
Yeah, and there's there's labor parties in a lot of these countries as well, which we don't have, which represents an entire separate other place for people to go. Yeah.
That would be the New Democratic Party, or the NDP for us. Right. That would be the equivalent of labor or the workers and whatnot.
Man, we should take that branding move in the United States. We should call it the New Democratic Party instead of trying to call it the Socialist Party or the whatever. Just call it the New Party. It's the same thing but new.
Yeah, very true.
New and improved.
As I said, hopefully by the time we get to the midterms, you will actually have elections by that point. And if you do have elections, it isn't fucked with so much that it's basically free but not fair.
Yeah, no,
right.
That's fair.
Yeah. It's like one of those elections in Syria where Assad got 98% of the votes while his country's in an active civil war to overthrow him.
Yeah.
It's shit like that, yeah.
Yeah, we're calling it the New Democratic Party, okay? That's what we're calling it. So go ahead.
I was gonna say, well, hopefully that was sufficient enough. I'll be in chat if you have any more questions. I'll just type it in there.
No worries. Thank you. Thanks. I appreciate it. So basically, Leonard, what I was talking about was that because I think that Trump managed to fuck himself over in the sense that whatever maple magas as Pars called them, whatever kind of momentum they may have been starting to get prior to all of this happened, essentially got it got killed in the cradle essentially.
Right.
Like you had the Canadian truckers thing, but essentially Trump just managed to get even the Quebecois, who are very famously they only look out for themselves. They will actively fuck over the other provinces to get shit for themselves, want to secede but have not been able to successfully do so. It got them supporting Canada. It got them feeling defensive about their Canadian identity. So this is how hard Trump fucked it, which is fine, right? So I'm not necessarily worried about the idea of MAGA infiltrating Canada. What I am more so worried about is the more long-term process that the Republicans have taken in order to erode the guardrails that we have, to the point where all it would take is some empty puppet empty populist puppet like Trump to actually push it into action. The Heritage Foundation has been working for a very long time on their goals, and I'm worried that somebody would look at what the Heritage Foundation did, for example, and think, okay, we're gonna bring some of that over to Canada. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, exactly. I mean, it makes sense. I mean, Canada has been exporting a lot of right-wing ideology and right-wing talking points to the United States for a really long time. Mm-hmm. So it's a back and forth relationship. They nurture each other in that way. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess
been sending us your Jordan Petersons for a long time, and now the political influence does in fact go both ways.
Yes, but I think that I'm more so worried about I am worried about people like Jordan Peterson gaining a following in that way, but just more so the idea of okay, well, this is how you take over a platform. This is how you take over a party and instill these ideas so that we slowly work towards getting judges in and getting the people who actually get shit done, getting them into power and things like that, right? I'm worried about that kind of thinking, not so much I am sort of worried about the disinformation stuff, but I feel the push to be anti-MAGA would hopefully spur some of that to be Pars was saying, or maybe it was Testy, that he'd be fine with them banning Twitter or something like that,
yeah.
And that's fine, that's good. That if this most recent election and Trump's position on Canada gets them to do that, that's great, but I'm just worried that somebody would look at the long-term strategy and say, okay, well, long-term, this is what we'd have to do before we could even start to talk about getting the populist MAGA movement in. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense to me.
I guess that's hard to quantify as to what they would need to do, though. Hold on. I need to flip this real quick. Flip. Nope, not that kind of flip. 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 There you go.
It went for Nicholas. Yeah, I decided it looks better for me to switch to the.
No, you're totally fine. How do you ban disinformation about getting rid of things that all we know is true but is covered up, everything Snowden was saying? Operation. And okay, no, I think we're talking about more mitigating the effect of misinformation, right? Or bot farms, things like that, right? Russian interference, that kind of thing. The actual how you would do that is like that's debatable. Like you could probably take up parse on it on like what yeah, oh sorry, it was testy. Right? Like the actual how is maybe more debatable. But like, would you agree that we wouldn't want Canada to be America in like 50 years, you know?
Oh, of course.
Right.
Yeah. 100%. We don't want Canada to turn into that, and it has the potential to do so. You know, they are our neighbor. We share very similar national histories, even though there are differences. So we have kind of a lot of the same conditions socially to allow, like, you know, the social conditions that have allowed the emergence of the status quo, the shit that you see now, the rise of fascism, the particular American attitudes towards property, capital, politics, all of that kind of stuff. It's similar enough in Canada that you could get the same kind of culture in the petri dish, you know?
Yeah.
Similar historical foundings, ages as nations, traditions, Western identity, things like that.
Canada should be okay. Canada should be more pro free speech, guns, and self-defense. America should be more pro not being a complete hellhole, you know? I don't know about the guns thing. I think Canada's fine with like how they are with guns right now. No? Like the pro free speech thing too, though. You know, self-defense. Maybe I'll give you a little, but I also don't know that there's issues with Canada with Canada in those senses. No. Specific accounts can be blocked for Canadian audiences. Oh wow, you're saying like you're talking about the logistics, Testy.
About like national blocks and stuff like that.
Depends on your definition of working. I mean that oh well, I see what you're saying. Okay, no. I thought you were talking about Canada, Lampo, but I don't think so. But I guess okay, y'all. But there's also a parallel conversation happening in chat, so I'm just.
No, I understand. Yeah.
Also, I missed something earlier that I think was directed at me, and now it's gone. Hold on. Let me see if I can find it.
You go ahead and take a second to catch up with chat and stuff.
Okie dokie.
And I'll be right back.
Okie dokie. I think it was Aeon who like tagged me earlier, and I might have. Wait. Never mind. Thought it was at me. It had the mumbles giggle emote in it, and I can't find it. That's fine. Okay. Who's this tectone motherfucker on your stream? What do you mean? I'm just waiting for a opportunity to say capitalism bad. Yes, capitalism is bad. You have no First Amendment on social media. Oh, the react to the icebeans is the Pam Bondi of Canada. No, what the fuck? That's crazy. That is crazy. No way. Do not compare me to Pam Bondi. This is insulting. I would take Lauren Southern over Pam Bondi any day. Okay? Sophie, holy shit, coming in hot. Sophie's on one today. Yeah, Sophie, I saw you wilding out in kids' stream earlier last night. That's amazing. And okay, I think the problem that I see with free speech is that we've essentially allowed it to infiltrate to the point where like we've allowed the bad shit to infiltrate to the point where they're given the same platform as the good shit, which is fine. The problem is that the actual the guardrails of like, you know, being intolerant of intolerance, like that has not worked. That's not worked. Like it's patently not worked, right? Fight me in a call. You can fight on the stream. How about that? You can come into the VC, we can fight it out. Meet me in general. But what about green room instead? Why not the green room instead? No, watch the video? Listen, I smell content, okay? I smell content. Fine, let me set up my... Okay, alright, yeah, here, let's go. Cuck the content chat. Poor Pars has been waiting for me to watch this geography video for so long, and I keep cucking him. Welcome back. Kay. Alright, also, while we do that, while we wait for people to come in, I'm gonna go get a drink. I'll be right back. And I might use the bathroom real quick. Also, Geriatric, hey, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate that. I hope you're enjoying your time here.
Hey, I don't know if icebeans chat can hear me right now, but make good investments. All right, don't be dumb. Invest in some good stocks. Also, Testy, nice cock.
Sorry about that. I'm back.
Hey, Leonard, long time no see. Dude, you always just remind me of like Rezi, man. Like every time I hear you, I think it's Rezi. It throws me off.
That's so funny.
I'm back.
Our voices do kind of sound similar, yeah.
What are we yapping about?
My voice sounds so different in my head than it does when I hear it recorded.
Is Rezi's brother. This is my conspiracy theory, and
that's why he hates me, because I remind him too much of himself.
Yes.
I don't think he even hates you.
No. He does pretend to hate Leonard. It is true.
Well, yeah, he pretends. Yeah.
Yeah, he pretends. All right, Testy.
Right.
Welcome back. All right,
Hey,
here, let's
what's up?
get the overlay. All right.
I have argued with Wick about this because Wick is very, very like
Gross. Yeah.
First, he's like, just to weed out the bad actors, he just lights the best disinfectant.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it has nothing to do with dolphins whatsoever. Yeah, exactly.
You keep on bringing up the First Amendment, but I never even used First Amendment.
You
for my
actually,
argumentation.
you were the one that said First Amendment. You said there's no First Amendment on social media.
After you brought up the First Amendment.
No, I don't think so.
I'm okay. Let's bring up the chat logs.
Oh my God, we're bringing up fucking chat logs, bro.
Straight into it, bro.
Right to the meta conversation.
We're diving went straight into the
Oh,
fucking shit
that's
right away. All right,
amazing.
Papa
Oh, where is it?
Yeah, I don't think I ever mentioned the First
Let me see.
Amendment.
If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But let me see. I
Maybe
just
somebody
think
else in
bot
chat did.
accounts. No. Testy. This is what you said. I just think bot accounts take advantage of the America's First Amendment, and I replied saying that it doesn't apply to social media. First Amendment doesn't apply. You brought up the First Amendment.
Yeah, well, that would have been in response to something Beans and Leonard were saying. So yeah, that might have been like a tangential point. So, all right,
Yeah,
fine.
I didn't bring my argumentation isn't one built off of the First Amendment because I don't think it applies to social media. That's stupid. I mean, these are private companies operating in private manners. I think the only time that it constitutionally gets involved is if it's the president's account, which I don't know the full setup there, so I'm not going to.
Right, and then but then I responded. So I mean, then that's perfect because then you agree with me. So you're totally fine with like curating and like controlling certain content on these platforms.
Private companies can do it if they do it right. Yeah, sure. I mean, even if they do it wrong, they can do it wrong if they want to as well. I just won't use their services like I don't use X. What I'm disagreeing with you is the notion of it's kind of like the idea of the Ministry of Truth, of that you should have the government step in to stomp out misinformation and disinformation. But the problem being is that if you have the government do it in the way that was being mentioned in chat, you have to ask a few questions. One, what are we deciding as disinformation and misinformation? Who's making those decisions? What powers do they have to take it down afterwards? What are the consequences of that? Because one of the biggest things about the ability to exchange freely ideas is that there are some things that people would label as misinformation or disinformation that are very subjective in nature, depending on like how you look at the facts, right?
Yeah,
How you,
I agree with all of that, and I've heard these arguments before. With essentially, it's like a slippery slope, right? Like who gets to decide what's true, who curates these things, who has their hand on the lever.
It's not just a slippery slope. It's I don't want to. Here's the thing. I would never give my side the power to do something that, when it inevitably falls into the other side's hands, can be used against me. This is just bad policy making.
I hear you. So I'm speaking in the broadest possible strokes. What I'm referring to is provable like bot accounts that are associated with either a bot farm or like a foreign government. And even our own intelligence agency are like able to, and I understand private companies can barely keep up. Like, I'll find the stat. Like Facebook, this is insane. When I read this, Facebook removes over 1 billion fake accounts every quarter. Like over 1 billion. Hang on, these the fake accounts. So
they're really easy to make.
Exactly. Yeah. Right. And then. Like now they have things where it's like, okay, it needs a profile picture, maybe it needs to be active for a certain amount of time. I'm gonna post this link in the side chat here, so imagine this, and then on Twitter, right? And I would say that Twitter, and we all know this since Elon took over, that the safeguards or the moderation has lapsed, right? Like tons of accounts like Fuentes and people who have since been rebanned, but a lot of accounts, Groyper accounts and right wingers, crazy left wingers, everybody, right? They just like got unbanned. Maybe in the name of engagement, but they're, even as a private company, those standards have slipped, right? So I can talk in the US context, or I can talk more like why I think it would be a good thing, like more about the principle of it, I guess.
Actually, I have no argument with deleting bot accounts that are, spamming the internet. That's completely fine. I think the pretense of using the justification to delete them as misinformation would be the biggest misstep in the policy idea laid out here. Just because the slippery slope, just think about this. Like, okay, let's say you're able to pass it under, a Democrat, and then somebody like Trump comes in. Then all of a sudden, do you know who's misinformation? Trans people. They're all misinformation. Trans doesn't exist.
Yeah,
There's only two genders.
It can be wielded like a sword.
Gay people are.
It's being used right now. It's being used right now. It's being used right now.
Maybe we don't disagree as much, because what I'm talking, because like I think back to this sometimes, right? And I know it's been proven. I don't think it's debatable unless you're like a fucking crazy conservative, whatever. But about I think it was the 2016 election, but even I think the 2020, right? About the Russian interference, right? And so like I started reading into like, what does that mean, right? Like no voting machines were compromised, right? The them influence the election was through social media. It was through all of this, like, which at the time was relatively new. Like, every country does this, to be clear. China has their bot farms, Russia has bot farms, America has bot farms. We're trying to influence the conversation and guide things in a certain direction globally. It's a constant push and pull, right? And so I don't, like, our default is that we think we're starting at some neutral place, but that's just not the case, right? Like, we intuitively sort of understand that. Like, we don't know exactly what's being fed to us and why. We don't know exactly, like, the things that we're engaging with may or may not be real sometimes. And it's like this constant asterisk that has to be, like, above us to be critical of those types of things. So I'm more so advocating for the lessening of that noise that everything else gets lost in. I think that when it comes down to an individual level, I agree with you. I think it's almost impossible to manage something on that micro of a level, to, like, somebody to, like, go in and determine whether something or not is necessarily disinformation. Was this done in malice? Is this misinformation? Were they just misinformed because they were informed by some other faulty source, right? Yeah, I don't think that minutia will ever work. Yeah, and then maybe there's less disagreement than we think, because you already said you agree with banning bot accounts.
I agree with banning bots.
I'm more focused at, like, bad actors in terms of, like, governments that are trying to influence local politics or local elections, or even just local discourse. Like, they don't have good intentions, and I understand there is some subjectivity to that, but yeah, that's more where my focus would be.
Yeah, I think with the bots stuff, I would like, I think a good policy way of addressing it would be under the pretense of security, national security. Bots, you know, are you could touch on a bunch of things. I think the one that affects the most Americans would just be tie them to the scamming, right? Like, bots are used to, like, scam, like, fucking hundreds of millions of people
that's
out
the
of
job
hundreds
of
of millions of dollars.
Yeah.
Taking jobs
Well,
away
from
it's everybody now.
hard working. Oh my god, yeah.
But if you should attack bots under, I think, instead of the guise of misinformation and disinformation campaigns, as more from the scamming and national security lens of, like, hey, do you want to not know who you're talking to? Do you want freaking millions of Russian bots, millions of Chinese bots, millions of, you know, Indian bots out there scamming people? And being able to flood, and, like, you could just be talking to chat GPT. I think that's the way you would approach it. And if you limit it into just the banning of artificial bot ran accounts, I think that limiting it there is perfect. That's fine, and I agree with you 100%.
Sure. So then, all right, then we're going to have broad disagreement. So if we take this then one step further, let's say somebody. I'm not going to say him directly, because I understand he wasn't directly. Well, he was kind of directly implicated. But Tim Pool, let's say somebody who is, like, quote unquote state sponsored, or they're a bad actor in that sense. Like, we understand that they have been paid to push a certain message, right?
Right.
And you may agree with the message, or you may disagree. Like, Tim Pool might just be the perfect useful idiot. Maybe he actually believes the shit that he's saying half the time, and that just aligns with somebody who then decides to fund him, right? Like, I'm sure that's common with politicians as well. It's not that necessarily that they're throwing money at them to bend them to their will. It's that they maybe already have some sympathies or leanings in one direction, and it's like, okay, we're just gonna you know, blow on those embers a little bit and let that take form. I think, yes, that's where it gets a bit more dicey, but you know, maybe somebody like a Benny Johnson, or, like, some of these other people who just don't engage honestly, and also they also constantly share misinformation and disinformation, right? There's no accountability, there's no fact checking, there's no follow-ups, retractions, anything of that nature. It doesn't seem like they have any intention of engaging with people in an honest way. Is that just like that, just part and parcel, or would you be more okay with addressing those types of things as well?
I'm less okay with addressing it, but I do have two separate comments, because those were two separate scenarios. I think one with the state sponsored, I'm okay with people being actually funded by out-of-state like individuals such as Tim Bull
Really?
being funded by Russia, as long as it's openly disclosed and is readily accessible, where anybody who clicks on it, like I think you would have to like word it something like any reasonable person that clicked to watch it or like clicked in to listen would be able to gauge instantly that they were sponsored by state media. So like whether it's a read in the beginning or some type of something.
Wait,
It's
why?
such as, like,
Why are you okay with that? Like,
Because
are you
I have
saying?
no
Are you?
prob-
Are you saying? Okay, no, hold on. But why? Even when it's like so, basically, like, oh yeah, I'm being paid by Russia to say this. Like,
I'm
you're
okay if
okay
it's
with
an
that.
indivi-
You're okay with that in
Yeah.
the sense that like you want the like the consumers to be able to decide then.
Yes, because I don't think inherently ideas that come from out of country are bad, and I don't think that it's bad if you want to be able to amplify certain
foreign
values.
country?
America does this all the time. We have speakers that are paid by the American government to like spread like gender awareness in foreign
Yeah, I think
countries.
domestically, because you have a vested interest. When we're talking about a foreign actor, I feel like that does change the conversation a little
No,
bit.
no, no, no. We do it foreign, and we do it abroad
Oh,
all
I
the
see.
time.
Oh,
America,
yeah. No, I agree.
does vest in this, and I don't think they're wrong necessarily in doing. I do sometimes think it's a waste of tax money, depending on how they go about it. But I don't think should be illegal. I think as long as the messaging is clear, there's nothing wrong with being able to use a singular individual to like voice an opinion and be like funded by
Okay, well then maybe we'd be on the same page with this. Like, would you be against something? Because this has always blown my mind. And yeah, people can be like, money in politics and U.S. politics is not an issue. Like, I understand we can have that debate, but I've always felt like these donations, like things like with the quote unquote dark money, where nonprofits can set up, they can have anonymous donations. In my I understand that there's supposed to be certain oversights and things, but I don't necessarily see how you would ever prevent like a foreign entity from being able to invest in this. Like they could set up some sort of U.S. shell company or whatever and funnel money in. Like it really doesn't seem like it would be that difficult, right? Would you then be, because in terms of the name of transparency, I think I would agree with you that if there is transparency and we know every dollar can be accounted for where it's coming from, I would have less of an issue with it because we can draw those lines directly. So yeah, would you then support maybe getting rid of something like that where you can have super PACs with anonymous funding?
Get rid of super PACs?
No,
that are funded
or have.
anonymously. Yeah, not the one, because
No.
there are super PACs where you have to file, like there's filings. So you wouldn't get rid of that. Okay, so maybe just tell me what.
Wait,
what
I
you
would
think
want to
the
get rid of that.
discussion-
You
you
just
would.
said-
Oh, my mistake. my
Yeah,
mistake.
sorry.
Okay.
I just try to clarify if you wanted me to have that or get rid of it. And
Oh, I
sorry,
see, I see.
Icebeans
No, no,
threw
that-
me
No,
off
no,
a
no.
little
Yeah,
bit
sorry,
there.
sorry. I was also mistaking what you were. Yeah.
I'm
All right, well,
against.
then this-
okay. I also I hold politicians to a different standard as well than political commentators and citizens as well. I don't think that you should be able to take. I don't think a corporation should be able to donate more than a single person could donate. To your, ideally you wouldn't want like money in politics, but I think that everybody should get like the fair shake of like. I don't know what a perfect number would look like, right? But I think everybody should get a fair shake when it comes to donating to politicians. Hell, you might be able to even just say companies can't do it and countries can't do it for politicians individually, because those
Right.
people hold a different level of power than an individual voicing an opinion. But I think that at bare minimum, we should get rid of all anonymity out of like the first step would just be to make every bit of money accessible and public, so you know exactly transparently where is going what.
Okay. Then, I tried to push it a little bit into more contention, but
Yeah.
it sounds like we like 90% agree. Unfortunately, this wasn't quite the fireworks that you hoped it would be.
Oh, that's all right. That's
yeah.
fine.
I could argue with Icebeans. It
Well,
seems
Beans,
like
what are
she
your-
was
what are
not
your
happy
thoughts
with
on all this?
Well, I mean, okay. To be honest, I don't know that I have. Yeah, I don't think I'll be as satisfying either, because I don't know that I have like I do think that unfettered free speech is probably bad, right? But I'm not like my identity isn't tied to that. You know, I'm not Wick, right? So I'm not gonna bite the bullet, especially if you show me exactly, okay, this is why. Like, I do think we need to have some limits on free speech, for example. And I think
We do have limits on free speech.
Yeah, no, I'm saying that we should. No, I'm saying that like we
Yeah.
should. I'm not saying that we should do it.
Mhm.
Depending on what you're talking about, I could probably be argued into like supporting like more restrictions, right? But it depends on what it is. That's what I'm trying to say, is that like I don't think I'm not gonna be I don't have a super hot take on this.
Yeah,
essentially.
there's no
I like
one size fits all, right? It's
I like the defamation suits and stuff like that. I mean, I think that people should more like be willing to do that. It's like, hey, if the Daily Wire comes out and it's like, hey, the NFL is fucking doing all this shit and like just smearing their name. I think the NFL, like, we should normalize just being like, all right, see you in court for that, right? Because the courts will figure that out.
Right.
That will go public. It will hit the news, and it will provide a financial punishment for, and that is what defamation essentially comes to. It's like you're spreading disinformation to harm someone, right?
And
Well,
so
I mean-
in Canada, oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead. I was
No, it's an interesting thing. A lot of people don't really know. So in Canada, slander or defamation is actually dealt with in like an opposite way. So if somebody accuses you of, I always forget which one is which. One libel and then slander. One's written, one's spoken, right?
Yeah.
If somebody, regardless of which one it is, if somebody accuses you of that, the onus is actually on the person who's been accused. It's not on the person to like prove that they were defamed and prove damages and all these things. The best defense in Canada is to prove that you didn't do the thing. There is a bare minimum standard. Like if you said that they said this to you in person and they were in like another country, like yeah, you're gonna get thrown out of the court. So there is like a bare minimum of like you have to prove that this thing was plausible or it was said in some capacity. But if I said something like, I don't know, this person is a thief, like I don't, they're in their history, they have a criminal history of being a thief or something.
Right.
If I said that about them and then they sued me, I would have to. It doesn't matter whether or not it was true. Like it doesn't matter whether I believed it was true or not. I have to prove my claim. I have to prove that they are a thief, and it's a subtle kind of thing, but I feel like that would prevent a lot of the shit that we see in the US where people can just fucking lie about people and make up the most crazy fucking things. Like the best defense is basically just saying the truth. So like just don't fucking make shit up about people
now,
and you'll be okay. Which
here's something I just thought about as well, which is like I just thought of a good example to bring it back to why we have to be careful though, right? I actually agreed with everything you just said, by the way. So this isn't in contention to that, but this is just thinking about the situation from a broader scope. Remember when everyone was talking about water being fluoride being in water?
Yeah.
And how it like probably impacts you negatively?
Yeah.
No,
Well,
in the sense that
there have been
like
health concerns.
I mean, yes, like are you
well,
talking
no,
about in the
what,
sense
like,
that wait,
people
no,
were
hold on a
saying.
second.
That
Are you
was
talking about when RFK was floating the idea? Then
no, that's been a thing since the 70s. What
right,
I mean
okay,
is
so
like
you're talking
since
about
the 70s.
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
People have been freaking out about fluoride in the water, and it was called disinformation, or misinformation, because a lot of these people might not be like willingly spreading it. They're like, oh no, these levels can never be obtained that you're talking about. There is no like critical science that believes this. Well, report that recently came out is that fluoride at levels now a lot of good water places have the water levels below this, but they did find a lot of water that had above the level that causes neurotoxin damage to brains, and the most susceptible being children. This was something that was considered misinformation for the last like 30 years, and we just had a study come out. And the only reason these studies got pushed more and more and more was because of how much people were mad of like, dude, they're putting fucking chemicals in the water. Yeah, were a lot of these people probably unhinged saying it? Yeah, but I do like discourse like that. This is one thing where I had to eat my own fucking pride because I was one of the like fluoride supporters in water. I there's a lot of studies supporting fluoride in the water, but I do think that now that we have this information, maybe we should change the way that we engage with the conversation with fluoride in water.
It's not, but okay, it's not about, I don't think it's about the fluoride in water though. It's about what else is being sold with it. Like, this, I'm not talking, I don't know that I'm not really speaking to the previous response to like how the concerns with fluoride have been brought up, okay? I'm talking about now, how it's being brought up now. What else is RFK doing in addition to pushing for getting rid of fluoride in water? You know, he's pushing, like he's completely restructured HHS. He's gotten rid of...
Or canceling vaccine research.
Yeah, he's canceling vaccine research. He's gotten rid of so much of their, like, actual ability to do research. Like, he's gotten rid of their access to studies. Like, I think that those things are a mite more concerning than, like, whether or not something, at least for right now anyway, right? Because it represents, like, you're not just selling, like, skepticism. You're also like selling a complete lack of faith in the agencies that bring you this research. Does that make sense?
It does make sense. And I completely hate RFK. I mean, I think he's right about a few things, right?
Sure.
Such as chemical dyes and fluoride.
Yeah,
but, like,
sure.
I
Also,
think
Bones,
he's wrong about most.
I'm setting up ball pit mode. You can spam your emotes.
By the way, I'm gonna put the fluoride study for people to read, like, in your chat, just so that way, you know. And that this is going to be, it's from the National Toxicology Program, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services webpage. I'll just throw that in there. They can read all about that. That's just one of those things. Like I said, is that, I mean, it's been in the water since the 40s. I think the 70s is when people were starting to get like super wary about the government for obvious reasons at that time. And that's when the conversation came up. And for a while, that was like, fluoride in the water was one of those, oh, you're loony, right? You're a loony if that's something that you ever worried about. But here we are. Turns out, guess it was true. And the only reason this conversation was brought up as much as it because the amount of people that focused on it. I'm very interested in that type of stuff. So while I don't like RFK and I think he's a dangerous person and I think he needs to be out, I was just honing in specifically on the talk of the people, because before RFK's you know, major fluoride, I mean, fluoride has always been not always, but has been discussed for quite a long time. I remember the conversation growing up in the early 2000s being relatively like strong.
Yeah, I remember that as well.
Yeah. So
like once every 10 years it would kind of come up.
Yeah,
it would. That's like
maybe I'm just crazy here. The bolded sentence in the findings here says that it is important to note that there was insufficient data to determine if the low fluoride level of 0.7 milligrams per liter was currently recommended, or that was currently recommended, has a negative effect on children's IQ. They're talking about like a dosage of fluoride per liter that's like twice the level of the water supply. What do you mean?
Yes,
like people were right about fluoride? No, they weren't.
Whoa. As I said earlier in the conversation when I brought up the fluoride, is that and I don't think I misrepresented the findings when I said that they found that the regular level, inconclusive, but higher levels, I said that higher levels, which are found around in water supplies, does do damage. And I think it's inconclusive for adults' cognition as well, but children were the ones that were affected by this.
Well, it's just that that's not the problem that I have. Yeah, they did this study. They're finding out more about the impact of fluoride, especially at higher levels, and it's important to find out if there's a place that's
not all water
exceeding it.
levels are the recommended levels, is what I'm saying.
But what I'm saying is that the people who have been talking about fluoride were not saying that for the most part for a really long time. Do you know what the most famous fluoride meme from pop culture was?
What?
In like the 20th century? It's the guy from Doctor Strangelove. They're fluoridating the water, Mandrake. It's that he believed that the communists were putting fluoride in the water to try to turn us into like secret agent Red Scare people who were going to like turn against the West. Like the theories about fluoride in the water have always been that like it's a government mind control scheme, or it's like communist infiltration or something like that. It's not just like, oh, they're trying to like dumb down our kids or something like that, you know?
Well, I mean, I think okay, hold on, just to kind of not steel man what he's saying, but like I think it's more to do with the fact I think what he's kind of indicating to is that like if
we just make America Canada, we can save American democracy. It's simple.
Oh, sorry. No. I was there was a TTS. Like okay, so basically like okay, if there is skepticism, right? Especially if it's packaged in like with other conservative nonsense or whatever, like we would tend to disregard it or say like, oh, you're just right. And
that's
I think
a good thing to do. That's a good filter to have.
No, I mean
because the skepticism should always come with like a good argument, right?
No,
like
okay,
skepticism is fine.
No, skepticism is fine. I'm just saying that like my no, okay, hold on a second.
I did also
yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Okay. And okay. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
I did put a map that I just wanted to put of why this is a relevant conversation with like even with the study. If while it's true they recommend the 0.7 percent 0.7
milligrams per liter.
Milligrams per liter. Sorry. Yeah. I put the map showing that. So while the blue is the safe areas, and that's a lot of it. That means that they fall under that level. The green is at the level or higher, and then the orange and the red are above that. Above.
But this is just like a regulatory problem, right? That just means that like there needs to be more regulatory oversight in the like processing of public drinking water.
Or are you saying that like because are you saying
people are treating their water incorrectly?
Yeah, I was gonna say that like, is it really a case of like, were people saying that there's no downsides to fluoride? It's just that they were saying, well, there's no downsides if it's underneath this level, and then we find out that
it's still not conclusive. Whoa! Let's also read the bold again. It is important to note that there was there were insufficient data to determine if low fluoride levels currently recommended by the U.S. Community Water Supply has a negative effect on children's IQ. So, it's recommended. It's the recommended level, and they don't even know. They don't even know yet. This means more studying needs to be done. Tell me, if we had insufficient data to tell you if something is causing cancer in the food that you eat or the water that you drink, would you take that and be like, oh yeah, let's still put it in there? Or would you just be like, let's take that out for a little bit because taking it out isn't going to do major damage? And
no, hold on. But what is the basis?
This isn't how we make decisions. Like there are benefits to including fluoride in the water in the status quo.
Yes.
There is an invisible potential downside that we have no way to confirm to leaving it in. So we leave it in and continue to enjoy the upsides that we are confirmed on until we have a good solid reason to take it out.
Yeah,
we don't like default to
okay, hold on a second.
Because any risk, right? Because there's advantages to leaving it in.
Yeah, I mean, okay, I think that's the problem is that like yes, that like this study indicates that some research needs to be done. But like if if this is how we reacted to things, take it out until we can demonstrate that the negative thing actually happens. Then what you're saying is that the potential harm outweighs the actual benefits that fluoride in the water confers.
It does. Yeah.
It
No,
does.
we'd have to-
Wait,
we'd have to
it
do that
does.
because-
Are you saying it does?
Yes, because-
the heart?
Yes,
Yeah.
because
You'd have to do that though.
You'd have to.
Like, how are you weighing that?
How are you quantifying that?
because the benefits of fluoride can already be obtained without it being in the drinking water, right?
How?
Our toothpaste has fluoride in it that has acceptable levels that have been tested.
No, but hold
way
on.
more.
What?
Okay, sorry.
Okay. Somebody who knows
No,
more
go
about
ahead.
like specifically about the fluoride needs to like chime in here, okay? But like, it was my understanding that the reason we have part of the reason is because it's something that then can be provided. It doesn't rely on like you having toothpaste stocked in the house, or you having like.
I don't think you even need to know more about fluoride to counter this argument. Like, this is silly. In the status quo, people are both brushing their teeth and also drinking tap water. A lot of people drink tap water anyway. The tap water is a supplement to brushing your teeth. First of all, not everybody brushes their teeth super well. But second of all, the small amount of fluoride in the water exposes your entire mouth, all of your teeth, to a small amount of fluoride, which helps to prevent and reverse tooth decay over time. So, like, what you'd be describing is removing one of the elements of an environment of oral health that people have now and making them rely solely on the fluoride in their toothpaste in order to make sure that their teeth are getting cleaned. Because the water has like a passive benefit of slightly cleaning your teeth.
I can see the point. I'll concede that maybe we don't have to get rid of it all. You make a good argumentation there, though. I do think that with the studies finding the level of where we're at with a lot of water supply versus the level that is found to known to cause harm, and then what the recommended level being inconclusive at the moment, and we need to study it more. I do think that we need to weigh those into having the conversation with our representatives. Okay,
Definitely,
I
we
agree.
do. I can agree with you there.
I agree.
We'll
I
weigh it.
agree, Leonard. I agree. You made good argumentation, and you're correct that maybe we shouldn't necessarily get rid of it all right off the bat. But I do think we should re-examine the levels that are in our local communities and re-examine the policy and the effects of everything and see what the right number is. Because if the right number is like, okay, we can get the benefits at 0.3, right, which would or 0.35, which would half the amount that is currently in the water, and we know that's safe, but we can get even if we could get 80% of the same benefits, and that gives us more breathing room.
Yeah.
So
I can
let
agree
me
with
amend
that.
my statement to that, and I think you were correct with your counter argument.
I just want to add at the end there that I agree with what you're saying here. For me, I have other things in the water that are more important to me that I would focus on first. Like, I went to college in Oklahoma for a while, and Oklahoma has some of the worst tap water in the country because there's so much fracking and there's so many chemicals in the water table. And I lived in a town where we had the top 10 water supply containing chromium 6.
Mm-hmm.
So like people were just drinking heavy metals straight out of the water table.
Jesus.
And I think I'd rather have a priority on oversight for like cleaning the heavy metals out of people's water supplies before we get to the fluoride question. But I mean, like, yeah, it's worth talking about. It's worth having a reasonable public discussion about where the thresholds go and stuff like that. I just think that we, especially for people like in Florida and shit, they do a lot of, like, the water tables down there get pretty fucked up too. It's a huge problem because they have so much limestone and like most of the state is karst and like underwater caves and shit. And the water table gets destroyed by a lot of the industrial work that gets done in Florida because there's
I agree that those are bigger issues. I just I used it as a hyper specific one because it was the most recent thing that kind of hit the news where it's like
in the discourse.
And again, the number that they found to be harmful was a lot lower than what was previously assumed, right? I mean,
Which
it is
is
double what the
also-
recommended. Oh, sorry.
Oh, sorry. No. Yeah, I guess I didn't mean to butt in. No, which is also common when it involves children, right? It's the same thing with cell phones, right? They say not to give, I think, children under 5 or whatever age.
Oh
maybe
no,
under
this
3,
can of
'cause their
worms.
skulls are too soft for the radiation, which
This can of
is pretty
worms.
concerning.
We had
but-
this debate last week.
Wait, masking. What is this? Oh, COVID.
No. Oh, no. I'm talking about what you're saying specifically. I'm just sorry. I'm just going down a different rabbit hole. Sorry.
I understood Leonard and I'm glad you guys all hashed that out as well. Getting to the more broad principle of what is a misinformation, I was just going to say that we could pick other things. Like coffee is a good one. Like there are studies saying coffee is good for you and bad for you, or eggs, right? Like these things have gone back and forth. Like it feels like within multiple lifetimes, whether like, well, is this good cholesterol? Is it bad cholesterol? Is it like, or for coffee, like, well, it might promote some healthy enzymes, but like there are like, yeah. So anyway, I'll put a bow on it.
Studies about red meat too, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
Or like with wine and being an antioxidant, like how much is actually like, is it okay to drink every day because it can maybe provide some protection, or is it like any alcohol is unsafe, like you should never
Well, this
drink
is
it,
like, yeah, the red wine argument. People were like, oh, it's healthy to drink red
like
wine.
One glass of red wine a day
Yeah.
or something like that.
Yeah. So
But it's like no matter what you're doing, you're introducing a toxin into your like system when you're drinking red wine.
Yeah,
It's like-
yeah. The only distinction I was going to draw is that I don't think you'll ever be able to control misinformation, because I think whether it's not born out of malice, it's just ignorance, right? And we're all ignorant of something. Like ignorance just means you don't know, right? And I think that like people having those conversations openly is a good thing. Like there are, especially in the political realm, like a lot of that doesn't have some quantifiable thing that you can point to a chart and say, this is the outcome if you do this, right? Like there's a lot of moving parts within those things. So I was just gonna to wrap it up to say that my focus has always been on disinformation, where it's like people who are maliciously lying and like have a motivated reason for doing so. That's more what I take issue with. Misinformation, I think, is just kind of a part of life, and hopefully people have the tools and they can be discerning enough to be able to sift through that. But yeah, I just want
that raises a question: should someone like Ben Shapiro get in trouble for disinformation?
And this is one of the reasons I brought up the Tim Pool
Depends
thing,
on
right?
what-
Well, I mean, you
yeah.
could go Ben
I
Shapiro,
don't
but
think
like,
so.
yeah, it's
For the
like
most
when you have this motivated, like if I found out somebody's being funded directly by a foreign government, or I guess in this case, like one step removed, it always puts an asterisk. I told Wick the same thing with, we have to get into it, but with the PV stuff, I was like, I modded for Wick for a while, so like, in my own opinion, I think he is that guy, for better or worse. I don't think that his content like changed when he started being funded by PV, but I told him, I was like, there will always be that question. There will always be that asterisk. As long as you're taking this money and people know it's coming from this source, you just have to accept. And he did accept it when I had a conversation with him. And he's like, if people want to believe that, they'll believe it. And I was like, yeah, they will. Like it was the same with Tim Pool. Like there is always going to be that question now: is he giving his own opinion, or is it because he's being paid to have this opinion, right? And I think that is just like a natural thing, and I think that's one of the reasons why there is so much effort, why people want this stuff to be anonymous. Like we don't know Shapiro's sponsors or Crowder, and it's not even necessarily on the right. It's like this applies for any sort of political commentator. It's like yeah, I don't know. I would always question these types of things if I found out maybe where their money was coming from, whether or not it would influence them.
That's like what I was saying about why I'm okay with it as long as it's not anonymous and it's like publicly out there. Because do you think that Tim Pool, if he from right out the start had a legal requirement to disclose that he was getting money from the Russian government? Well, I mean, he should have. It is a legal requirement. Sorry, but if it was even like more broad, like I mean, like you couldn't even deny it. That wouldn't dissuade a lot of people or made a lot of people question his motives between covering things like Ukraine.
I feel like of all the people who were, because it was the situation was, it was Lauren Chen, who is a Canadian, and nothing has come of that yet, but that's a whole other separate thing. But content media company, whatever, the money was going through her thing, and then she was paying Tim Pool, right? And Tim Pool somehow just kind of seemed like he skirted through it with his throwing his hands up, being like, I'm a victim as well. I had no idea. Some people push on him on like, shouldn't you know where your money's coming from? Like, why are you didn't think it was weird you're getting just $100,000 an episode or whatever the fuck it was? But I don't really feel like he took that big of a hit, even in terms of like quote unquote credibility. Like his rhetoric hasn't changed. Like from what I see, he still gets like fucking 50,000 viewers or whatever it is when he streams. So it's like yeah, it is better. I think it is better to know these things. But I don't know how much of an impact it ultimately makes if you have somebody who's, a bad actor, so to speak. Like, yeah, I don't know. I don't have a strong response to that, unfortunately.
Okay, I'm gonna let y'all respond, but then afterwards I'm gonna kick y'all all off. We're gonna do a VIP race, and then I'm gonna raid y'all out.
No, please. Please get rid of us.
Sounds good. I should get back to work. I took a nice little break here.
Nice, thank you
Pleasure's
for coming
always
on. But yeah,
it was fun.
I will catch y'all later, unless y'all have last thoughts.
No, I again, I appreciate it. Let me jump back on just to ramble for a bit.
Of course, of fucking course. It's been a while. Bow bow.
I do have a last thought.
Yeah, go ahead.
Hentai is the most moral and ethical form of pornography.
Oh my god. Amazing. All right. All right, I'm gonna get out of the call so that no sneaky parses get in. Okay. Let's do a VIP race real quick. Disavow. All right. God damn it. Is this gonna? Oh, here we go. All right, cool. All right. Exclamation mark join if you would like to join the race. Okay? To possibly win a VIP badge. Okay? If you're not a mod, you can get a VIP badge. Okay? Or if you don't already have a VIP badge. I should probably also change it that whoever... Actually, you know what I should do is that if it's a mod who wins, I should give... Okay, wait, hold on. How about we do this, okay? If you win and you don't... I should essentially give the winner, like, the ability to take or give away... Like, take or give VIP to someone. What do y'all think about that? I think that's a good... I think that's a good rule. Why... Okay. Here, I will also join. Okay, just to get in there. Alright. So for those of you who who've never done this before, the way this works is that when I hit go, you will have to type in !Zoom or !Boost. You will have to alternate the two if you're not already a VIP, because otherwise the bot doesn't let you spam the same thing twice, which is really stupid and I can't fix that, okay? So you have to alternate between Zoom and Boost. Don't worry if you're on mobile and you can't spam. It actually does not benefit you to spam because you have a little bar above your head, and if every time you give it a boost, it gives you a boost, but you can also overboost, and you will absolutely die if you overboost, okay? So, with that being said... Good luck, racers. We will do another one after this. Okay, go, 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 go! Bones! Oh no, Bones! No! Come on, Haunted! Oh no, roll of the D! No! Okay, shit. Also, I should not win. Come on, Tessie! Come on, Lamb Boobs! Oh shit, I win. No! Oh, look at that, Lamb Boob! Good, well done. Well done. Well done. W press. Ooh. Good one, Lamp. All right. Here's your well-deserved VIP. Lamp Boob. Wait, hold on. Is it gonna be... I won? Yes, you did! That was fun. There you go. All right. Didn't even know which little guy I was? Oh my fucking god, that's amazing. Okay, here, let's see. We'll do one more round, okay? Mobile is such a huge disadvantage. People say, oh, that's why we made it so that you can explode, because it gives you, like, it means that you can't actually spam. But do you mean, like, the delay between, like, how far, like, you know, how much you can see your bar doing it. Oh my god, that's very cute. Haunted676, just want to pop in, show some support. Just want to say that you will make it. I believe in you, and you will make it with the streaming gig. I believe in you. And for the record, you are stunning, and don't let anyone tell you otherwise. Regardless of any situation you might be, whether it's the ones that people do know about or don't. That is actually very nice. You should add bits. It's because I have to press 2 buttons just to start typing. That's very interesting. Oh no, Chole. All right, here. While we you will have to rejoin if you would like.
Hey, just wanted to pop in and show some support and just wanted to say
Haunted, thank you very much for the sweet
YW
message.
will
That was
make it.
very
I
nice.
believe in you and you will make it with this streaming gig. I believe in you and for the record you are stunning and don't let anyone to where you are through.
All right. If y'all, copy pad. If y'all would like to get one more shot at this VIP thing, go ahead and get in there. You're already in the race, Tommy. Mr. Beans personally is telling you you're already in. Wait, you're not? Is it because... Hold on a second. We have Cho Bones, Anna K Life, Eon. You're right. Must not... Wait, okay, yeah, hold on a second. I'm gonna end the race and see what happens. Now, you know what? You know what's funny is that I've noticed that if I end the race, you can actually see how all of the lurkers are suddenly now on the same they're all on the same cycle. Look, they all move at the same time. Isn't that funny? All right, okay, here, let's try it again. Okay, now let's try. Start engines. It's a murmuration. No, okay, here. You know what? No. Wait. Hold on. We're gonna kill the bird box real quick. We're gonna restart it. Because everybody has to rejoin anyway. So, that's what we're gonna do. Their cycles are synced. Yeah, roll a D. Unexpected side effect of the program. Which Mr. Beans actually made for me. Is this an effect of fluoride? True! Alright, okay. Race time. Alright, go ahead. Now it should work. It should work now. My fuel has been defluoridated. Alright. You're already in the race. I think you're actually in the race. This is you right here, People Sido. Actually, no, I can't see. Where's my special lurker? Interesting! Oh, you know what? I think... No, wait, hold on a second. I don't know what happened. No, this is the correct... Maybe, I think it might be an effect of the join. I'll have that... I'll make sure to fix that, People Sido. I think it's, like, for the race specifically. It might not, like, carry over for whatever reason. Unlurk. Do lurk first and then join and see what happens. Lurk. Okay. Join. No, it puts you as a... Oh, wait. No, it did it right that time. Okay, that's weird. Alright. Okay. Let's go. Y'all know the rules. Did it put you in? Yes. Yep. Yep, you're right. I can't point. I don't know why it won't show my cursor. But it's right. You're right, like near the, you're like four birds up. All right, okay. Okay, ready, set, go, go, go. All right, Bones, getting a little close there. Careful. Lamp boob at the top. Oh no, Lamp boob! McFista, no! Come on, Eon. We've still got some people in the start line who haven't figured it out. Chodley taking the lead. Pipocito overtaking Chodley. Oh no, Pipocito! Chodley, no! Bones, come on, you can do it! Bones! Bones! You've got it, Bones, go! Hell yeah, let's go! Good job, Bones. My bar didn't even fill, I just went boom. Alright. Well done, Bones. Second VIP for today, okay? When did you get when did you get VIP? I'm not actually sure. I told you guys to change the fuel. There you go, Bones. I actually don't remember Pipocito, if I'm being honest. Alright, listen. Alright. It has been real. I'm very hungry. I want to eat food. Okay? So I'm gonna shoot y'all over to Mr. Chris Speaks. I will make this VIP badge my entire identity now. And it's just as well because we've got all of my lights have all failed because the batteries are dead, so that's perfect. Okay, all right. Okay, get in there. Okay, if you have my emotes, okay. We will do Beans Raid. Okay. This is the raid message I want y'all to go with. If y'all have my emotes, if y'all don't have my emotes, that's perfectly fine. Okay? We will do this one instead. Alright, that should be perfectly fine. Alright, I will be with y'all tomorrow. Be well, I will see y'all then. I'm gonna go eat food now. Bye now!